Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. It's a blood red, full on eclipse moon. So you should expect some of the craziest shit you've ever heard in your life about to take place here in the Philippines, baby. And I am Michael Fazio, in case you don't know. People call me a conspiracy nut with a tinfoil hat, but I have now upgraded to a stainless steel pot. Nobody's comments will be addressed until I decide to, you know what? I think I'll just wear this pot. Nobody's comments will be addressed until I decide and I'm done reading my dissertations. So you can comment all you like, but it won't get you anywhere. I have things to say. And the first thing I'm going to talk about is it is a blood red eclipse, full on moon, something nonsense that they say does not affect the human genome, but it does. So give me a few minutes to post what I want to post, please. And then I will start my dissertation. So one of the things we're going to talk about is Pink Floyd. But we're also going to talk about John F. Kennedy, who was assassinated for the reasons that some people call a conspiracy theory. But in fact, John F. Kennedy was right. So give me a moment before you start posting, please. I am posting information that I'm going to talk about during the live stream. Nobody's comments are going to get addressed until I'm done reading what the Kalergy plan is. So if you just give me a few moments to write, to post on this information that I'm going to touch on, that would be great. If you just stop posting until I get these words up on the screen. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. This might be the craziest conspiracy theory that anyone has ever heard. And I will get to that as soon as I get this stuff posted up on the screen. So give me a moment to post this stuff, and then we're going to talk about how Pink Floyd's music has transformed some people's minds into a different form of consciousness. But more importantly, we're going to talk about how Pink Floyd's music mirrors. Please stop posting. Please stop posting. How Pink Floyd's music transformed the world. And more importantly about Pink Floyd's music is that it did expose the evil and corrupt secret organizations of the world in a way that was acceptable at the time. Now, a lot of you people don't believe that, and it doesn't make a difference what you believe. It's the truth. So we're going to copy down this information and post it here. And please don't post until I get all of this stuff up on the board. That today there will be no disclaimer except for the Kalergy plan. And that disclaimer is pretty much not necessary because it is a real plan. So I'm going to read the entire Kalergy plan in its entirety. If you just give me a moment, I will get to today's dissertation about music, the government, and of course, the Satanic Vatican, which is all coming up probably in about another, 90 seconds. I'll have this stuff posted. It's not easy posting stuff with a stainless steel aluminum foil hat on your head, but I'm going to work my way through it. Just give me a moment to continue posting so that this information will be available later on. And I thank you for holding off your comments. And here we're down to the last two things I want to post. Then you people can post what you like. After I post this link, hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. We are almost there. Thank you. And now anybody that is here can post whatever they like, but I'm going to the top of the page, and I'm going to talk about what I want to talk about today, and I'm not going to address anybody's comments until I'm done, and that might be 30 minutes from now. But you guys can post whatever you like in relationship to what's on or what I'm going to talk about. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is conspiracy nuts. Pink Floyd, musicians or prophets? What flavor ice cream is the Kalergy plan? And we all know it's not ice cream. So let me tell you what a conspiracy theory is. A conspiracy theory is the act of conspiring, an evil, unlawful, treacherous, or surreptitious plan formulated in secret by two or more persons, a plot. A combination of persons for a secret, unlawful, or evil person, which, by the way, was President Kennedy was exposing, and he was assassinated for speaking about a conspiracy that existed even in his time, and for actually since the Constitution of America was written. So we're going to get into a full minute at the end of this dissertation. It's a law or agreement between two persons to commit a crime, a conspiracy, otherwise known as a wrongful act. And 5, any occurrence in action, combination in bringing about a given result. So conspiracy plans, you can look it up, whether or not they're true. And as far as President Kennedy being assassinated, I'll address that in a moment. And now I'm going to go to wow, this is tough. Okay, it's a full blood red eclipse moon, so the comments will not be addressed until this dissertation is complete. You know what I really need to do? I really need to bang my stainless steel aluminum pot. So I don't know what all that full blood red moon eclipse means, but I can tell you that the skies had a certain type of cloud formation in it last night, which was not normal. It looked like what we call a chelated, what the sky was chelated. In fact, that every cloud was exactly the same size and shape, and inside that shape it had like a small round disc. And each cloud was evenly spaced above and to the side of one another. So I think not only was it a full moon, but I think they were harping us, which is a conspiracy theory. So let's talk about John F. Kennedy being assassinated first, because John F. Kennedy talked about secret plans going on behind the government's, behind what appeared to be the United States government. And the secret plans were what is coming about today, known as the Bilderberger, or what I call the Dildobergers, the Club of Rome, the United States Mafia, and of course, no conspiracy would be complete without the Satanic Vatican, which we know is now controlled by a Jesuit priest, as the first Jesuit priest to ever control the Vatican. And we also know that Trump, we're going to bring Trump into this now, Trump was trained by the Jesuits at Fordham University. So he's a brother of the Pope in a secret society. Now that secret society, Trump always denotes as this configuration of hand signs. Putin does it, Merkel does it, that witch that's trying to stop the Brexit in England does it. All of the politicians of the world do this, as do the musicians. It means they are a member of a secret society known as the Illuminati. which is another conspiracy theory. But in fact, Rabbi Jew Barker has never been wrong about any of his conspiracies. I told you Obama from day one was going to do everything in his power to destroy America. And here is what we have now at the border. Nothing. We have no wall. We have the most influx of illegal immigrants coming into this world ever, into America ever. The illegal immigrants are coming in with AIDS. They're coming in with other viruses and things that we can't detect in our little 15-minute excursion that Trump calls vetting, which is total bullshit. Trump's a liar. Trump is part of the New World Order. Trump is the deep state. But there are other people coming in across the border that have ankle bracelets on because there is no border, and that was been the plan since the Kennedys decided to open up the borders to America. We now have more illegal immigrants crossing the border today than in any other time in history. It's being hushed up by Trump, this new piece of garbage, what he wants to put in as Attorney General Barr, B-A-R-R, wants to institute the E-Ropes plan, which is a plan to remove guns from anybody just because somebody in their family says they might be slightly, problematic mentally, the police can now break into your home and confiscate, which means steal your guns. So let's say some people have, I know for a fact some people have $500,000 worth of guns and bullets. That means they can come into those persons' houses or businesses and steal their guns, and the people will never get them back because Trump is a New World Order man. He's their face of the New World Order. Obama was the face of the New World Order. Hillary Clinton would have been the face of the New World Order, but now Trump is the new face of the New World Order. You can take that to the bank. 10 years from now, just like 8 years ago from when I published my book, 8 years ago, Angels on the Ark was prophetic in nature, and now everything in the book has come to light, aka the Vatican controls America. You don't get that, then you're just plain stupid. Okay, there's no other way to put it. I don't mince words. You people are a bunch of uneducated, useless eaters, as Henry Kissinger quoted. You are useless eaters. Get used to the fact that America is going down the tubes. All of my subscribers, my Patreon members, they all believed that Trump was a great man and was going to do great things. They all became my Patreon member because I despised everything that Obama did. And now we've had our small conversations where I tell people that Trump is the new face, Obama 2.0, and that never is going to change because I'll give you 5 things that Trump has done to destroy America. One of them, he's trying to institute the 5G network that destroys the human genome on a molecular level because 4G network has like a kind of radio frequency that somewhat bounces off the human body. 5G network has a pulse or a wavelength that goes through the human body, And whilst it's going through the human body, it destroys genes or the genome. It destroys sperm cells or certain aspects of sperm cells on a genetic level, and it destroys your brain, your heart, and your kidneys and your eyes, okay? It affects everything that has water in it, and the human body is 70+% water. So 5G network is Trump's way of killing off the people of the United States and at a bare minimum diminishing their mental capacity because these 5G network rays slow down or change the way your brain thinks. Okay, that's just one way that Trump is killing off the people of the world, killing them off with his Illuminati membership card that he always posts in all of his major dissertations or bullshit stories, as I like to call them. He is always doing this. Putin is always doing this. Theresa May is always doing this. Merkel is always doing this. Assad does this. The Pope does this. Jay-Z does this. Beyonce does this. Madonna does this. Lady Gaga does this. They are all part of a secret satanic cult. Whatever name you want to call the cult, Trump is now the face of the cult by doing this in his lap. ABC or NBC or whatever news station that is, in the morning they come on, one man sits there like this because he's part of it. Fox News Network. He does it all the time. Okay. Alex Jones does not do it, but he does do it sometimes. But this is what is known as an Illuminati hand sign, and Trump throws up this Illuminati hand sign. And believe me, I know about hand signs because they asked me to teach hand signs in, quote unquote, the order of the Masons. Okay, so I understand when I'm looking at these people about some of their hand signs, which I would not make public because you can look it up. Masonic hand signs, and this is one of them. Illuminati hand signs, this is one of them. I'm not exposing anything, but this is the truth. Don't want to believe it? Then call me a conspiracy nut and let me bang my stainless steel reinforced aluminum hat until the cows come home. And we know that never happens, according to Havoc Master 69. So let me get on to my next part of my dissertation, and then we'll go to the Kalergy plan, which means the extinction of the white race in Europe and America, and to create a third world, aka brown skin country, similar to that of what the lower economic ends of Mexico, El Salvador, Honduras, and Venezuela. They are going to change America into a Venezuelan slum. That's going to happen. That's the plan. Conspiracy theories. On a full moon, baby. On a full moon. I just wish you could be inside my stainless steel hat and hear what I hear. So, that's why John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Now, Pink Floyd may create music, but they are much more than musicians. And by intense listening to Pink Floyd's music, and I mean repeatedly playing an album on a turntable that you just pressed repeat and it would play the album endlessly. Similar to that, when I was in a Buddhist meditation, quote unquote, environment, and just continually listening to the same thing, you come to a deeper understanding, or you come to what is known as enlightenment. Okay, and I have been enlightened, not just because of Pink Floyd, but because of intense meditation. That's why I'm so damn smart. So, Pink Floyd music is much more than musicians, been by intense listening and deep meditation to certain albums and certain words in certain albums, and then researching certain words in certain albums and researching the concepts of certain words in certain albums. I came to the understanding of the way of the world, and it's not what it seems to be. Where have we heard that before? So I'll give you a brief synopsis of a few real key albums that people are mistaken to believe that it's something else. The Dark Side of the Moon. Everybody believes the dark side of the moon is about money, but it's not. It's about the birth of a human fetus while it's still in the womb. Just like Arthur C. Clarke portrayed in 2001, A Space Odyssey. And what you hear is dum, 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 dum. What you hear in the beginning of Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon is a baby's heart in the fetus, or a fetus and a baby's heart. And that's the beginning of life. And at the end, the album goes through how they teach you to believe that money is the key goal in life. That's true, and that's true, and that's true. But Pink Floyd said it in a way that no one ever realized what they were saying. That it's the way of the world, and it's also what's going to destroy the world. Okay, money. And now, and in a different album, well, let's talk about Wish You Were Here. Now, Wish You Were Here, that album, this album, Wish You Were Here, I turned on side one. Oh, I hit myself. Oh, the aluminum hat didn't protect me. The stainless steel hat comes into play. Wish You Were Here, I put that album on New Year's Eve, side one, and played it repeatedly until July 4th, when someone said, when are you going to change the album? And I flipped it over. By doing something like that, plus a combination of meditation and my understanding of the Illuminati or the secret societies, I came to the understanding that Wish You Were Here is about the transformation of the spirit world, or the human transformation into the spirit world. Okay, thus, when you hear in the song where it sounds like a car door slams, like that, and then you hear the car rolling off, first there's a party where everybody's having champagne and their corks are popping, and then the car door slams, and then you hear the car rolling off. That car door has put you into a car, which is a machine, and then Pink Floyd goes into Welcome to the Machine. But the machine that they utilized as a car in the album is actually the human body, or the human mind, which is the most complex machine in the entire known universe. The human body, if you Google the word machine, the first definition of machine, or the most profound definition of the word machine, is the human body and its complexity. So Pink Floyd puts you into a car, boom, welcome, my son, welcome to the machine. And it goes on to explain how you transform from the human consciousness into the spirit consciousness. You can listen to the album and you will hear that if you are adept to opening up your mind. Hopefully you do a little meditation before, which helps. You can see it has helped me magnificently. I hit myself. The aluminum hat slips off I have the aluminum hat underneath. I won't show it to you because it's a special tinfoil hat. So for you people that think I'm a conspiracy nut, here's another conspiracy nut for you people to ponder. Animals, the album of Pink Floyd. It's about the thieving, lying, bastard politicians of the world and their secret handshakes. That's right. It's in the album, and that's what they meant by the secret handshake, and then they stab you in the back. That's what they meant. That's what the album is about. And who does this better than anybody else? Well, the secret societies, otherwise known as the Masons and the Club of Rome and the Dildo Burgers. Oh, it's not actually Dildo Burgers yet, but it could be Dildo Burgers because they're shoving it in big, long, and hard, dry and deep. And the Bilderbergers are part of the Club of Rome, and the Bilderbergers are part of the satanic Vatican that now has a Jesuit Pope, just like we have a Jesuit president who's going to destroy America in conjunction with the Pope. It's gonna happen. It's happening. So, in summation, Animals album is about thieving, politicians, and war. and secret handshakes whilst they stab you in the back, aka the Masons, the Club of Rome, the Bilderbergers / Dildo Burgers, and at the top of the list, the Satanic Vatican in conjunction with President Trump. 2 peas in a pod. President Trump, trained by the Jesuits at Fordham University. The Satanic Pope is a Jesuit Pope and the first Jesuit Pope. And how do you like me now? Okay, so let's go on to my next Pink Floyd album, The Final Cut. This is what you should be paying attention to. The Final Cut is about a hoax that we know as religion. And religion is religion. And you can have religion by just forming a group where you have a belief system, and that's a religion. But the Vatican controls the biggest religion, except that there's another religion coming up that no one talks about because the Vatican is allowing, in fact, I heard the Vatican created what is known as, oh man, I forget the name of it, what is known as Islam. I heard the Vatican created the religion of Islam to take over as a kind of like opposing faction to Catholicism so that they could start wars and start conflicts in the Middle East and destroy the population of the world. Yay, Vatican. Wait, let me give you a thumbs up. Vatican, Pope, the Jesuit Pope, and Trump. Yay! The Masons, the Illuminati that pump popes, the Pope hand sign, the Trump hand sign, the Putin hand sign, the Theresa May hand sign, Merkel. Look up Merkel, Illuminati hand sign. Look up Putin, Illuminati hand sign. Look up Trump, Illuminati hand sign. Look them all up. Put any politician's name in there and see. Look up Henry Kissinger, Illuminati hand sign. Yay! They're all part of a big club and you ain't in it, as George Carlin said. Honey, Daisy, want to close the window, please? So The Final Cut is about a hoax we call religion and the endless wars. And proof of this is that during the course of the album, a man walks through, it sounds like a rusty screen door, like the old kind of screen doors if you're my age. The screen door always had rusty hinges and it always squeaked, and it had a spring on it that sprang the door back. And then there was a door. We never had storm doors 60 years ago. It was just a screen door and your real door. Okay, so after the man walks out of the screen door and it slams behind him, somebody says, "Look, Daddy." And you go up and you look up. He looks up in the sky and you hear, shh, boom. It's a nuclear bomb, folks. That was their plan then, and that may be their plan now. Either way, nuclear energy / nuclear radiation leaks / submarines pissing out the radiation at 10 times what any nuclear power plant create on an average, and all the streams and rivers and the yellow cakes up by where they started inventing the nuclear bombs up there, like that. There's yellow cake, or there's some kind of yellow stuff. It's in vats that were placed, metal vats that were placed in the ground. It's like it was a liquid and now it's turned into like a concrete, but they can't cut it because it's poisonous and it would explode from the spark, the temperature, and they can't chip it. And the tanks are rusting, but it's porous, kind of, and water goes through it, and it's leaching into the grounds, lakes, rivers, and streams, and polluting the underground waterways. Believe me, take my word for it. Radiation is the preferred method to eliminate life on Earth, and they'll call it an accident, like Fukushima, baby. Has anybody heard anything about Fukushima? And yet, I understand Fukushima is putting out 5 times more radioactive water waste than it was originally thought. They already knew how much it was. And why don't we actually know? Because Obama, did I hear my name? Yeah, that's right. You heard Obama, did you shut off all the nuclear radiological testers on colleges and government buildings in the United States and tell all the military ships to shut off the radiological detectors and not give the men radiation badges? Yes, I did that. I did that because I did that because I'm part of the plan. So Obama was part of the plan, and now Trump is the new plan for the New World Order. Get used to it, folks. America's going down. Now, let me go back to the final cut. The final cut, no more. When we cut it, it's over, it's done. The final cut is about the hoax we call religion and endless wars. Thus, the big boom after the man walks through a rusty screen door to see what's going on outside, and a bomb ends all that is. And at the end of the album, what we see or hear there are two sunsets. There are two sunsets in the east, which means two nuclear weapons blew up where the sun would normally rise. And that's it. It's over. Once the nuclear weapons start to drop, they could be east or west. But that's why they say there are two sunsets in the east, because that's impossible, right? From a long distance, it would be a sunrise, but it's not sunrise. It's two sunsets. Okay, so it's a play on words. But either way, they're telling you that they believe that the plan at that time, and maybe the plan still currently, is that they're going to destroy us with radiation. The dogs of war. Now, some people are so stupid, it's unbelievable. I get really upset about this. The dogs of war. People believe that the dogs of war are men and women of the military, but they're not. The true dogs of war are found in the marble halls that Pink Floyd talks about. And what the dogs of war that Pink Floyd talks about in the music, the dogs of war, are electronic money transfers, probably to buy bombs to start more wars. And you can hear the electronic money transferring in the marble halls. Those are the dogs of war, because without those dogs of war, the soldiers who are mistakenly believed to be the dogs of war, without the money, the dollar bills, the soldiers wouldn't work. We couldn't buy the bombs. We can't buy the paint to paint the tanks with. We can't buy the airplanes. Without the dogs of war, which is money being transferred, electronic money transfer in the marble halls, without the electronic money transfers that would pay the soldiers, buy the bombs, buy the airplanes, and of course buy the tanks, bullets, ammunition, and the rubber tires that everything gets delivered with, and the trains and the diesel fuel. Without the money, as the dogs of war, there would be no war. And if it wasn't for fossil fuel wars, there would be no reason for war. Oh, and let me just throw this in. Afghanistan. We took over Afghanistan, I don't even know how many years ago, to quell the drug trade. And now we have twice as much heroin and opium products coming into America because the United States military, they guard the opium fields so that the residents of Afghanistan have a viable crop to make money to feed their families with. There you go, America. Let the United States fucking Army, or whatever military service, guard the poppy fields so that the farmers can have a viable crop. Where does anybody think this shit is going? It's coming to America. And so is America going down. The plan is the Kalergy plan, which I'm going to read to you in a moment. So the dogs of war are electronic transfers in the marble halls. And now, of those who control the true dogs of war, which are the father, Henry Kissinger, called worthless eaters, and soldiers fighting banker wars. That's what the dogs of war are. Henry Kissinger said it best, that soldiers are, in fact, the dogs of war. I mean, soldiers are the dogs of war and useless eaters. Don't you get it yet? They have had this plan for hundreds of years. This is not something new. In my book, I say the plan was created before the Great Pyramid was built, and I'm right about that. But that's too much information for you small-minded little cretins. So let's go on to my next topic. All of the above, which adds up to make me believe that Pink Floyd are more prophetic philosophers than musicians. And that brings me to the evil of wars, and now the Kalergy plan. Okay, so a little primer here. At some point, I came to understand through intense meditation that there was an evil in the world that permeates all governments. Pink Floyd was only a method to understand that others thought the same. So I'm not basing Pink Floyd's albums, and I'm not giving them credit for my discoveries. I am just telling you that Pink Floyd's music coincides with people who are quote unquote awake or enlightened. And I have been enlightened. Although you think I'm a conspiracy nut, I am 10,000 times smarter than the average man. And let's go on. I believe we are up to the Kalergy plan, and we are the Kalergy plan. I provided you with a link to the Kalergy plan up at the top, but now I'm going to go see the comments, and then I'm going to give you the link for the Kalergy plan, and then you can read it as I read it, because the Kalergy plan is not just the genocide of the white race. It's part of a plan that the Georgia Guidestones are referred to in, that they want to reduce the world's population down to 500 million. So they want to knock out 90% of the world's population. They're going to do it. Don't make any mistake about it. If you're alive today, I tell Daisy this all the time. If you're alive today and you're 20 years old, you're screwed. You're going to see the end of the world. If I'm wrong, I won't be around to know it. I'm going to see the end of my world, that's for sure. I've already watched the end of my world. I watched America turn into a shithole country, as Donald Trump likes to say. So I'm going to read the Kalergy plan. I'm going to read the Kalergy plan I'm going to read the beginning of it, and I did read it yesterday. So let's see. Here it is. This is the Kalergy plan. Okay, so all right. So it starts off. I provided you with the link. Okay, now we read and rebut their vile crap, so you won't have to. And this is it's a plug for the anti-New York Times. So it talks about the Kalergy plan for European genocide. Now you can click on that, and the man who wrote this article, his name is by Mike King, King, Mike King. So the anti-New York Times, I'll read a little bit from this, a daily webpage summary of the dirty lies, glaring omissions, half-truths, and globalist bias of the New York Times front page headlines. I could have told you that, but and I did. So we read their crap and rebut their vile crap, so you won't have to. All right. So you can get a free sample of that by clicking the link. Okay, so the first thing is they show you a bunch of Mexicans building a wall, or foreigners building a wall filled with razor wire. That's a picture at the top of the page, which is basically bullshit, because there is no wall. There's never going to be a wall, folks. Get it through your head that anything Trump ever starts will be stopped. any bullshit Trump talks about or has talked about in the past will never take place. There's never going to be an actual border wall like Israel has, or what I prefer to as the number twos. And the number twos, by the way, are the creators, the inventors, and pretty much the sole benefactors of 5G networks that want to put 5G network in every school, every public building, every library, or every street corner, on every telephone pole. And those millimeter waves go through the human genome and destroy it. And the number twos, aka the Israelis who created the technology, they are not putting even one 5G network tower in their country. So they're pushing it worldwide and globally, but they're not putting it in their country. And I don't mention Israel because of the 5G network. I mention Israel because Donald Trump surrounds himself with dual Israeli citizens. And now Donald Trump is pushing 5G because I'm sure there's a couple of $1 trillion to be made in that field if you have a couple of billion to start off with. So Trump is part of the plan. But Trump never kept any of it. He didn't build the border wall. He said he was going to build a big, beautiful wall, 16 to 18 feet wide and 30 feet high and 20 feet in the ground, or 15. He never did any of that. There was going to be a tram at the top of the wall where the top tram could go both ways and the bottom tram could go both ways. Did I hear both ways? Yes, Mr. Obama, the tram would be like you. By the way, I love Frank. Frank, I love Frank. Why? Because Warren H., he don't give me the booty. Frank gives me the booty. Mr. Obama, this is about going both ways. I know. That's why I love Frankie. So Frank is your new love? Yes, Warren, I'm sorry. I love you too, but not the same way as I love Frank. Mr. Obama, I have to get on with my dissertation. You do that, Rabbi Chewbacca, but remember, if you see Frank, tell him I got something for him. Okay, Mr. Obama, you're going to fly. I'm flying. Warren H., I'm sorry to say that Mr. Obama does not love you anymore. So back to the videotape. Back to the New York Times. The New York Times, New York Times headline: European Union reaches deal with Turkey to return new asylum seekers. It's all bullshit. First of all, let me tell you, this is all bullshit. What I do is bullshit. What I say is bullshit. What I say is true. What I say is happening. What I say is bullshit, because this video is going to get about 500 views maximum, and YouTube is going to shit can it into the round file. So it's just for my subscribers and for your general information that this is what's happening in the world. This is what's happening to America. And the anti-New York, now this is a rebuttal of, we went too far. This is a rebuttal of and called the anti-New York Times. And it talks about constricting snakes. I read this yesterday. I like it. I'm going to read it again. By the way, Trump read this, or I do believe Trump read something similar to this, not the exact quote, but he talked to you about constricting snakes and how the Democrats were the constricting snakes, but he was lying. He lies. He lies like nobody else. No, I doubt that, Rabbi. I lie down with a lot. Mr. Obama, you are a lie. I lie a lot. I will lie with you. Frankie, I love Frank. Mr. Obama, go away. So, constricting snakes is something that Trump spoke about in one of his speeches, if someone knows where it is. But let me read to you what constricting snakes do. Constricting snakes instinctively know that the secret to killing their prey before eating them is to tighten the death grip each time the rodent exhales. Each new exhalation, emptying of the lungs, provides the snake that much more space to constrict the poor, exhausted creature further and further. Now, there are constricting snakes that can kill a bobcat or even a tiger. If it's a big enough snake, it can kill almost any animal not so much an elephant, but or a rhinoceros, but most creatures, a constricting snake, if it's big enough, it works the same way. So now it goes on to say, as with snakes, a clever globalist, Marxist, knows when to pause the pressure on his squirming victims, which are us, and when to start squeezing again. That would be Trump. That's exactly what the European Union is doing here. After a 2-year period in which as many as 2 million third world invaders, is what they say, third world invaders, broke into Europe, the globalists feel it is necessary to lighten up a bit on their death grip. In doing so, the growing outrage and passionate political activism of the native European people will soon yield to an exhalation followed by an even tighter constriction. That's Trump. Obama was the squeezer, and Trump is the one that lets you breathe a little bit, and Trump is getting ready to constrict the American people in so many ways you're not going to believe it. His new Attorney General Barr agrees wholeheartedly with Dianne Feinstein in something called Europes. It means that if a man or a woman in your household has a gun or guns or a collection of guns, even antique guns, any guns, and some shithead calls the police and says this man is unstable, the police can now break into your house, search the whole house. They'll turn every drawer, every closet, every sock inside out for bullets, and they'll confiscate all your weapons because you have a wife that you had an argument when she gets drunk and calls the police for any reason. And the new U.S. Attorney Barr, he agrees with Dianne Feinstein. I've linked it in other videos. Trump's selection for Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, what a piece of shit he turned out to be, yeah? And now he has one that's even worse. Attorney General, quote unquote, to be Barr, is going to bar guns in America because somebody decides to make a phone call and say that you're unstable. This is Trump. Trump pushing for 5G networks. Trump pushing for an Attorney General that wants to ban guns. Trump pushing for vaccines when he knows damn well his son, it has been said, I can't be sure, his son has a slight case of autism because of vaccines. That's what I read. I don't know it's true. There's a little disclaimer there. But Trump knows that vaccinations can cause autism in a small percentage of people. But he's 100% controlled by the pharmaceutical companies who are controlled by the number twos. I created the term. Michael Fazio will go down in history as creating a term called the number twos because you're not allowed to criticize certain people. So now I call them the number twos. And actually, their name sounds a lot like the number twos. Twos, twos, twos. Not ones, but twos run the world. Twos control Trump. Twos own the World Trade Center and insured it for 10 times what it was worth. Then 6 weeks later, the World Trade Center was collapsed, and he made $7 billion because he had a special clause in case the World Trade Centers were damaged by terrorists. He collect double on his insurance policy. All the number twos own the World Trade Centers. And by the way, most of the number twos that worked in the World Trade Center didn't show up for work that day. All the diamond merchants and all the gold merchants and the owner of the World Trade Center that normally went there every day, he was at the dentist just by chance when the World Trade Centers magically collapsed from fire, which has never happened in the history of the world, because the number twos told you so. But we know it didn't happen because of fire. And one day I'm going to do a conspiracy nutcase theory, giving you names, dates, and places. So let's get back to the constrictor snake, which is Trump. Then it has pictures. This much publicized announcement, which decrees, this is not what Trump said, but what Trump is thinking, in my opinion. This much publicized announcement, talking about the European Union, which decrees that new migrants passing from Turkey through Greece are to be returned. That's bullshit. Ain't never going to happen. Will pause some of the pressure. So in other words, it's just a statement that they made, but it never happened. But the mostly male, and they call in the article, the mostly male roaches who have already scurried on into the house of Europa are there to stay. So that's what I said. It's a bullshit story. That's the constrictor saying that they're going to return the migrants to their home origin, but never doing so, which allows the snake to get a better grip. Trump is the snake. That's why he read the statement. Everything they do is reversed. If Trump does this Illuminati hand sign, it means he's part of this, which is the Illuminati hand sign. Everything is reversed. Take a dollar bill, flip it upside down, look at what was once an eagle, and you'll see an Indian war chief. Because the dollar bill is the key to all of this. That's why I wrote the book, Angels on the Ark. But getting back to this, anybody who's read my book, my reviews are 4.5 out of 5 stars. They were 5 stars for 7 years. And then a couple of, I don't know, however many people gave it a thumbs down or a lower rating. But it was 5 stars for 7 years. And once my conspiracy theory started to become popular and people started paying to read the book. It's $2.99, 1,770 pages. The link's on my homepage. Once people started reading it, these douchebags, like with no channel names, no videos, they would buy the book just so that they could give it a thumbs down. Because they're douchebags. They've never accomplished anything in life. So let's go back. This much publicized announcement, which decrees that new migrants passing from Turkey through Greece are to be returned, will pause some of the pressure. But the mostly male roaches who have already scurried into the house of Europa are there to stay. And the ones arriving in Italy, by the way, of post-Gaddafi Libya, will keep on arriving as well. In other words, they're not going to stop it anytime soon. And they didn't. They said they did, but it never stopped. In due time, we can expect the Turkey-Greece return policy to go unenforced. If it ever gets enforced at all, big question. A ton of media hype about the various crackdowns, combined with a few diversionary football games, soccer games, and Bubas Europatokis will soon be able to exhale again, rendering them primed and ready for the next level of Soros-funded invasion. Honey, did you make the hot water for me? Are you making it now? Okay. All right. Until Bubas Europus and Americanus comes to until Bubas Europacus and Americanicus comes to understand that the great game is not meant to end. Not meant to end. Why I tell you Trump is the new face of the world order. Until the Bupus, Europus, and Americanus comes to understand that the great game is not meant to end, until the very last non-Jewish white man on the planet has been genetically blended out, died out due to old age, or even killed. This is what the article says. In my opinion, this is what's happening. And you people that come and call me a conspiracy nut, you're so fucking stupid. You can't see it. It's happening. The snake will resume his death grip again and again until again and again. It won't stop until the West is tightly squeezed and exhausted to offer any resistance at all. That is the basis of what we refer to as the Kalergy plan. Okay. And then it goes on to tell you who Richard Coudenhove Kalergy is. He's the son of an Austrian diplomat named Heinrich van Coudenhove Kalergy and a Japanese woman named Mitsu Oyama. His movement was financially backed by the Zionist billionaire bosses such as the Rothschilds, Baruch, and Wahlberg families. With such high-powered backers and close contacts with European aristocrats and politicians, Kalergy managed to attract important heads of state to his project for the European integration, what Winston Churchill openly referred to in his 1945 as the United States of Europe. Next paragraph. Very few people know that Kalergy, one of the main founding fathers of the process of the European integration, also designed the genocide for the peoples of Europe as far back as 1922. Kalergy founded the Pan-European movement. Look it up. Pan-European movement in Austria, which aimed to create a federation of nations led by the United States. European integrations would be the first step to creating a future world government. Honey, may I have the scissor, please? With the rise of Benito Mussolini in Italy, the Great One in Germany, and General Francisco Franco in Spain, Kalergy's Jewish-inspired One Europe project was put on hold. But very soon after the final crushing defeat of Germany in 1945, Kalergy's New World Order, thanks to the support of Winston Churchill, the Jewish B'nai B'rith, and major newspapers like the New York Slimes began to take its first visible steps towards fruition. And I guess they're talking about the Kalergy plan. I need to take a little break, honey. I need cold water, please. I need to get this dressing off my foot. You guys can believe what I just told you, not believe what I just told you, believe what I just told you, not believe what I just told you, and believe what I just told you because it's happening. And anybody with half a brain sees that it is happening, it is happening, it is happening, it is happening. The Kalergy plan is real and it's happening. The Kalergy plan is real and it's happening because Donald Trump did not build the border wall as promised, did not create a voter identification fraud policy to prevent voter ID fraud. He did not put Hillary Clinton in jail. He did not prosecute Huma Abedin or Clinton for other crimes that they have been accused of, including child pedophilia. He did not prosecute. He should have prosecuted that woman Blaisley, the one who testified against his Supreme Court pick. But it doesn't matter because they're all part of a big plan. And the plan is to turn America into a third world shithole that Donald Trump called other places. I really should have my aluminum hat or my stainless steel hat for this, but I don't. This is what the aristocrats do when they want to make an announcement. They tap on their expensive champagne glasses and they say, we're getting ready to kill off the white race. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. George Soros. Henry Kissinger calling people worthless eaters. Hillary Clinton telling you about predatory something. Kennedy's in 1965, some plan they had to integrate third world countries into America. That's where it all started. You people are so fucking screwed. It's sickening. Then Reagan said he was going to do it one time for 3 or 4 million immigrants. One time only amnesty. And now... It's very thin. What? It's very thin. Okay. And now... Clinton did it. Bush did it. The other Bush did it. And now Trump wants to give what he says are 380,000 DACA recipients. So let's just double that to 1 million. Oh, that's more than double, because that's probably what the number is. 1 million DACA recipients, instant U.S. citizenship. Free education, free welfare, free medicine, free hospitalization, free dental, free food, free Section 8 housing. That's what Trump wants to give 1 million people, each one of them costing America $1 million over the next 20 years, is an astronomical number that Social Security can never make up for. Therefore, Social Security will collapse. You people are screwed. At least I had a good life. And that's why I moved to the Philippines, baby. And Daisy said that this might break the bottle. And sometimes she has some really damn good ideas, because it is possible. I wasn't thinking. I got caught up in the bullshit of the Kalergy plan. So let's go back up. I'll read a little bit more. Then I'm going to go. I have not looked at my comments. It says, in order for Kalergy's openly describe New Europe to rise, European fascism had to fall. That means Hitler had to be taken down. And now that is what World War II was really about. In order for Kalergy's openly described New Europe to rise, European fascism had to fall. And that is what World War II was really about. Read The Bad War by M.S. King. Okay. In his book, Practitioner Idealimus, Kalergy boldly declares that the citizens of the future United States of Europe will not be white anymore. In his own words, the man of the future will be of mixed race. The races and classes of today gradually disappear due to the elimination of space, time, and prejudice. The Eurasian Negroid race of the future, similar in appearance to the ancient Egyptians, will replace the diversity of peoples with the diversity of individuals. Of course, Kalergy's chosenite paymasters, the number twos, will not be replaced or blended out by his Eurasian Negroid race of the future, writes the hired hack of his paymasters. In other words, all races of the world are going to be blended into an Asiatic Negroid mixed race of Mexicans and Africans and Somalians and whatever brown-skinned peoples there are. All those races will be blended except Israel or the Jewish factions that control the world, aka the number twos that control Trump, aka Henry Kissinger, who was a number two, and all of the surrounding people around Trump. They're all dual citizens of Israel, and most of them are number twos or married to a number two. You people are screwed. And it's a blood red full moon, baby. It goes on to state in the book, Practitioner Idealimus, instead of destroying European Judaism, Europe, against her will, refined and educated this people, driving them to their future status as a leading nation through this artificial evolutionary process. It's not surprising that the people that escaped from the ghetto prison became the spiritual nobility of Europe. Thus, the compassionate care given by Europe created by a new breed of aristocrats. This happened when the European feudal aristocracy crashed because of the emancipation of the Jews. Okay, hold on. I got to move the water. Will you give me the rug, honey? Okay. So that's what it says. It says it crashed because of the emancipation of the Jews. This is in the article. Okay, I'll I'll just give you that statement. I'll give you this line here so that you can. I'm going to go to my. I'm going to go to my live stream. I'll see if it's still on. Maybe they shut it off like they did with my Fukushima's. Okay, so let's see if there's enough. Oh yeah, there's plenty. Okay, so that's what it says. That the Jewish people have been given a special higher education so that they could control Europe. 1 minute. Okay, I'll get that, honey. I'll be the one. Okay. That when you're hungry, when you come in, is okay. I'm okay. I had a. Well, maybe. Okay. Well, later. I'm okay. I had a cheese sandwich. Yesterday was Daisy and ours 3rd year anniversary, which we posted a video to. You want to see what shit people are. You want to see why I tell people my subscribers, some of them are just a bunch of shitheads. Honey, you know what I need? You know what? I'm going to put my special hat on for this. I didn't think about it, but it's out here. So, I think it says, here's what this hat says. We'll all get along fine as soon as you realize I'm God, baby. Theoretically and spiritually and philosophically, I'm God. That's the true nature of becoming enlightened, where you realize you're one with the universe. And in this case, I am one with the blood red, full red, blue blood moon eclipse. We'll all get along just fine as soon as you realize I'm God. And so is everybody else. And to go one step further along those lines, nobody will ever go to prison. Nobody will ever get prosecuted. Hillary Clinton will remain free endlessly. All that bullshit spewing from Judge Genie, all bullshit, subterfuge to keep you morons happy. Trey Gowdy, more bullshit to keep you morons satiated with their bullshit. Judge Napolitano, more bullshit to keep you people satiated with bullshit. Here's the Kalergy plan. Stop reviewing my videos. Stop listening to my words. The Kalergy plan is real. That's today's topic. You don't like it. You don't like that I haven't addressed your comment. It's not that I'm not going to address your comment, but I can either address your comment or I can read to you what's more important than addressing your comments. So let's go back to the Kalergy plan. So let's go over here. We're going to page down a little bit. And who does it have pictures of? It has pictures of George Soros, Sir somebody a Rothschild banker. I don't know which one. I could tell you a story about Rockefeller, David Rockefeller, but I'll save that for when I'm done in America. Okay, so we're going to continue talking about Kalergy, but it's called Kalergist nobility. George Soros, Sir Evelyn. Oh, okay. So these are the people in the pictures. So Kalergist nobility, George Soros. It's in the link I just posted. Sir Evelyn and Lord Jacob de Rothschild. Although they're two men, I guess Evelyn is a man's name, and Arthur Schlutzberger, all Jews. Okay, so this is the part of the Kalergist, not the Kalergy, the Kalergist nobility. In Kalergy's world, by his own admission, whites are to be blended out of their nations, while the Jew becomes the spiritual nobility. Well, that's already happening, in my opinion. Is that not exactly what we are witnessing today? Show us the shekels, Count K. Show us the shekels. Okay, so all of what I've told you is in this article. If you don't want to read it and you want to call me a conspiracy nut, have at it. But really, you people are screwed because of your lack of education. If you don't subscribe to my channel, or if you don't share this video with your friends, if you don't listen to this video, if you don't read about the Kalergy plan, why are you even here? If you're going to make fun of me, it doesn't matter what you think. I am the one that's living in the Philippines quite happily and comfortably, although you don't see that. I don't care what you think. I never cared what you people think. I was always the outsider in every conversation because I tell people the truth. I don't lie. I give you links. I'm reading the article. Now, you could call this a conspiracy, but you can't. If you have an education and you have an understanding of reality, this is what's happening in the world. So let's go back to the dissertation here. The Kalergy plan is the New World Order plan. Trump is part of the New World Order. I embellished with Trump being part of the New World Order because the New World Order is a never-ending plan, never beginning and never ending, until they eventually kill 95% of the world's population. So Trump is just the new face of the New World Order. He's not the New World Order. He's just part of the existing plan. So let's go back. The Kalergy plan is the New World Order plan. And it's not just for Europe. White genocide is very real and is playing out exactly as Kalergy and his handlers envisioned it. That is the real reason why World War II was imposed upon Hitler and Mussolini. And it is also the real reason why the Marshall Plan contained hidden provisions for unifying Europe. And it is also the reason why Frumpty Frau of Germany, that would be, in my opinion, Merkel, is acting as stupidly as she is. Speaking of manly Marxist Merkel, for her slavish devotion to the Rothschilds, European unionism, the wicked wench received the prestigious Charlemagne Prize in 2008, mistakenly referred to by some as the Kalergy Prize, because Kalergy was the first recipient back in 1950. Besides, hold on, I got to go back up. Besides Kalergy and Merkel, other notable recipients of this treasonous honor include Winston Churchill, 1956, George Marshall, 1959, Henry Kissinger, 1987, Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, 1996, Tony Blair, 1999, Bill Clinton, 2000, Jean-Claude Juncker, 2006, Donald Tusk, 2010, and Donald Tusk, 2010, and Pope Francis, 2016. Donald Trump? Could that be real? I'm going to look that up. That's crazy shit, man. That is crazy stuff. If Donald Trump received the Kalergy Award, that means, before I say anything, Donald Trump, DONALD TRUMP, Kalergy Award, a Kalergy Award. Oh man, what the hell did I do? Hold on, I was not thinking. Okay, Donald, DONALD TRUMP, Kalergy, KALERGI Award 2010. Okay, let's look it up. Let's see if Donald Trump received that award. Not so far. Donald Trump Kalergy Award 2010 video results. Not so far. There's an article, Outcry as Angela Merkel given award for open door migrant policy. I'll go to the next page and I'll go back to reading. Donald Trump awards. Okay, so here's a complete list of Donald Trump awards. All right, well, maybe somebody could come up with that information from me because this website looks like it's going to take forever to open. Okay, so anyway, let's go back to the Kalergy plan. So, but it does say Donald Tusk. Let's see, let's look up Donald Tusk 2010. Let's look that up. I need to know this because it will give me some information. Let's see what Donald Tusk 2010 comes up. Okay, Donald Tusk he was a Polish prime minister when President died back in 2010. So it's not Donald Trump. Okay, that's good to know. One good piece of information in the last hour and 16 minutes is okay for me. Okay, so let's go back here to where am I? I'm going over there. I'm going to the Kalergy plan. Okay, so and Pope Francis 2016. So 2016, Pope Francis did get the Kalergy Award. Talk about a rogues gallery of globalist scumbags in service to Satan, question mark, exclamation point. Okay, this is in the article. This is not me. Then you have a boatload of thousands, 10,000 migrants on a ship coming to a dock. It looks like in Europe. Let's say Merkel shows off her Charlemagne Prize, the Kalergy Prize in 2008. What's being sold as tolerance among the... Oh, wait a second. Let's look up Donald Trump's Charlemagne Prize. Let's look that up. Let's just give this a go here. Donald Trump, DONALD CHARL. How do you spell that? Donald Trump Charlemagne. First of all, we got to go here. Maybe they call it the Charlemagne Prize. Let's look up Donald Trump, the Charlemagne Prize, because apparently somebody else is going to have to read about that because I don't see it as such, but it could be. So in this picture, these three pictures, Merkel shows off her Charlemagne Prize, Kalergy Prize, in quotes, in 2008. And what's being sold as tolerance among the races is really a fiendishly cunning Jewish supremacist plot to eventually outnumber and genocide low birth rate passive Europeans out of existence. Okay, so let's page down. The Kalergy plan set to art as in artwork. Oh, okay. So a giant mural painting on the floor below Paris' iconic Eiffel Tower was completed in September of 2016 by a Los Angeles-based artist named Cleon Peterson. The bizarre work of art is entitled Endless Sleep, an obvious reference to the coming endless sleep of the white race. There is really no need for us to interpret the meaning of Peterson's obscenity. To all but the most brain-dead liptard, the massive 500 square meter image is best viewed from the top of the Eiffel Tower while looking straight down, speaks for itself. Have a look. Now, 1, Cleon Peterson 2 and 3. Black figures are superimposed over white characters as a black male and white female embrace passionately in the center. Okay, so here is the here is what they're talking about. Okay, that's a picture of the artwork, and what this forms. Okay, so let's just scroll down a little bit, and what that forms. It forms the Star of David at the center is an obvious tribute to the terrible tribe that is behind white genocide and to the House of Rothschild in particular. But don't take our word for it. Here it is from a tweet from Peterson himself. So this picture somehow represents a six-pointed star, the Star of David. Okay, I don't see it necessarily because I'm just looking at it for the first time. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's a six-pointed star. Okay, you guys have to look at this in the article. The Star of David at the center is an obvious tribute to the terrible tribe that is behind white genocide. Page down. And to the House of Rothschild in particular. But don't take our word for it. Here it is from a tweet from Peterson himself. And then he says, I am extremely proud to have the opportunity to work with Ariane and Benjamin de Rothschild. And it's an Instagram tweet. Peterson, an ex-heroin addict, tweeted out his gratitude to French banking couple Benjamin and Ariane de Rothschild. We suspect, though we have no solid evidence to present, that the graduate is related to Peterson with having been commissioned to paint the disgusting white genocide mural. They have no proof of that. Should there be any remaining doubt as to what the Eiffel Tower floor mural truly symbolizes, a review of the self-loathing artist's earlier work depicting what he refers to as hedonistic triumphs of those who recognize themselves as victorious in the unfolding mirror of history clearly confirms that Peterson and the Rothschilds clearly confirms what Peterson and the Rothschilds are dreaming about. Be forewarned, these images are obscene and unsettling. Okay, and then he has a shitload of images that I won't show you because it says they're unsettling images. So it says before hooking up with the Rothschilds and painting Paris, Peterson was known for churning out scenes of torture, rape, and mass murder of white people at the hands of blacks. A perfect hireling for the Rothschilds. And if you look at the pictures, that's what it depicts. But I can't show you that because it goes against policy. So then there's a bunch of more artwork. Bubis Americanus 1. I read in today's New York Times that the European Union is cracking down on mass migrations passing through Turkey. Bubis American 2. They have taken in more than enough. It's a good call. All right? You stupid blah, 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 blah. Merkel will just find another way to ship them in. And that's a picture of a white cat growling or snarling at these two idiots at the water cooler. Because it just shows you how stupid America has become. Sugar, if you don't clean up that potty mouth of yours, I'm going to feed you to that boa constrictor. And then that's the end of the article. So, and then it goes, there's other articles too. So it goes on to show you how to respond to an anti-conspiracy theory. How to respond to an anti-conspiracy theorist. Never again be at a loss for words when some ignoramus tells you, oh, that's just a conspiracy theory. Well, that's the next article. I'm not going to read that because I already know how to respond to an anti-conspiracy theory. I just tell them to go fuck themselves. Okay, so let's see. I'll go to the videotape for a few minutes. I'm gonna first I'm gonna copy all of these comments down and see what's transpired. I'm gonna read the comments starting now. So if you have something important that you think you want to say, knock yourself out. And if I think it's important, I'll read it. Otherwise, I might call it. I might call it an early day today. I have a couple of things that I want to do again today. The machine's not coming today, but I do have to do something else in regarding banking. So I'll let you guys know. So 11:30 now. I'll let you know at 12 o'clock if I'm going to end it at 1 or 12:30 or something like that. I might end it at 1 o'clock. And it's just as simple as that. So let's see. Let's just see. Let me give me just another moment here. And I want to see something. I want to look for something specific in this chat window. Okay. All right. So I'll go over briefly what Daisy and I have done in the last couple of days. Okay, so let's scroll down here. I'll read the comments as well. Hello, Dennis Adam. Hello, Sasha. Somebody likes my hat. Hello, Warren H. Warren H. Woo! Warren, I have something to tell you, Warren. I think I said it before. Say it again. I love Frank. Why do you love Frank, Mr. Obama? Frank gives me what I need. Gives me love. Warren H. is a very opinionated person. Very conservative. Frank is not like Warren. Likes Frank. Frank can understand going both ways. Warren just has one way about him. So you like Frank because Frank's opinion goes both ways? Not just his opinion. Frank thinks both ways. He thinks both ways. All right, Mr. Obama. Warren's going to be upset about that, but he's going to have to live with it. Warren, Mr. Obama loves Frank. Warren H. says he read the Kalergy plan, and it was an interesting read. Italia 75. I must thank you, sir. I agree. And ho! Exclamation point. The same beliefs just about good to see other people awake. Sigh of relief for me. So thank you. Almost. Wow. Most of the trolls jump ship with the lack of controversy. Well, there's nothing to be controversial about, and we're not even going to address the trolls. You guys just keep knocking the shit out of them as they come to play. Mother, will they drop the bomb? That's right, Warren. Mother, will they drop the bomb on me? That's right. That's what that album was about. Scott Del Fuego says, Michael's miscreant mob. I like that. Thanks, Scott, and welcome. Warren H. And then, son, yes, they will. LOL. That's true. They're going to do it. They're doing it all over the place. They're dropping bombs everywhere. The Kalergy plan is just part of a bigger plan, the New World Order plan, part of Trump's agenda, by the way. Scott, you know what? You are not, Scott. If you like, I'm going to make you a wrench. I never thought about it. But you have one of the greatest opinions of anybody, of any past commenter, because now Scott Del Fuego, I didn't realize you weren't a wrench, and I don't know why. So, hello, Scott. Ah, yes, Flywood's one. The Paradise, California wildfires show they have raised the bar. That's right. They are actually, I read an article this morning, Flywoods, that some of the survivors were saying that somehow they were prevented from evacuation. I also read an article that there are many people. If you have a number you want to throw at this, I won't say a number, but there are estimates from dozens to hundreds of people are missing in the California Paradise fires, and they're just gone. No one's looking for them. Some of the houses have been bulldozed, and it's just amazing what they did there. Now, if you want to read about the Paradise, California fires, you go to a guy's channel. I'll put the name of the channel here, just go to A Plain Truth, and I'll copy that and post it 3 times, and that's okay. So I'll just put down A Plain Truth channel about California fires. Okay, I'm going to post it 3 times because it's something that you should. He does an excellent. He does an excellent dissertation. He's got like 70 now or 70 plus videos just about the California fires and the inconsistencies with fire marshals who don't have the balls to tell the truth. By the way, I watched those interviews. They're making like, well, maybe the roots of the trees burned and not the trees because of the gold in the dirt, and gold is highly conductive. What the fuck are you guys talking about, man? The bullshit. The fire chiefs that were on site know that fires don't burn like that, and they're not stating why they believe it happened. They're just saying, well, there are inconsistencies. I can't watch that shit. I know that fires don't burn like that. And yet the fire chiefs refuse to admit that the fires burnt abnormally. In fact, magic. It was like magic. Anyway, YouTube says many musical groups have been prophetic. Oh, yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. But Pink Floyd has been consistent in their prophetic nature. Even the albums that don't seem to be prophetic in nature, if you listen to them enough times, like the song Metal, if you listen to it enough times, it puts you in a higher state of consciousness where your mind expands and you see things differently. So the song itself is not prophetic, but it raises your level of consciousness with a good set of speakers or earphones by yourself in a silent room, and just put the album to repeat itself on. It'll raise your consciousness where you become one with the music, and then you become one with the universe. So it may not be prophetic because it's an instrumental piece, but it still raises your level of consciousness. And then when you look at something, you look at it differently when you come back from that higher level of consciousness. Scott Del Fuego, thanks, Warren. Did so. The little dog is bugging me, keeps trying to climb on me and stepping on computer. So that might be because of the full moon. He wants some love. Warren H. says the dog wants some love. Warren H. wants love? No, Mr. Obama. Scott Del Fuego's dog needs love, and Warren H. told Scott that his dog needs love. I need love too, Warren, but you're not the man for me. Sorry, I found another. Who was the other man that you found? Frankie. He's a very open man. Open. All right, Mr. Obama, thanks for sharing that. Warren, you're out. Frank is in. I'm sorry to make your dog scared, Scott. YouTube, if you lived a decent life as it once was and died in your 70s or above before September 11th, you had quite a gift, with the caveat of not having vacation of frontline action. Warren H. Well, Warren H. has a question. Mr. Obama, how can we get your love back? Warren, if you want my love back, bend over, Warren. I will give you my love. So that's how Warren has his question answered. Samuel says, I see flies on the wall. Obama said that's my skank in that spot there on the wall, LOL. Skank or Frank? What are you trying to say? LOL. Now, Warren asks a good question. Well, you know what, Warren? That's a good question. Warren says, I wonder if the New World Order found too easier, cheaper to import the guys from the Middle East into the EU to wreak havoc rather than implementing one of their control programs. So one of their control programs is death by nuclear radiation. So if they, that's a good question. So if they import people from the Middle East, that will only kill off the humans and will leave the infrastructure or some of the infrastructure there, or at least not contaminate the Earth's surface, which is flat, by the way, and it won't contaminate the Earth's surface with radiation. So Warren has a good point. Warren H. says, Angela Merkel claimed the Middle Eastern men how are all fit and young are not raping women across Europe and are not committing violence. They are not responsible for 800% rise in rapes in Sweden. Warren, I think the number of percentage points in rapes in Sweden is up about 10,000% from 25 years ago, and 1,000% in the last 7 or 8 years. So 800% is the low number that they want to use. Probably 1,500% is the actual number. Scott Del Fuego, my hat's off to you for that. I always try to get pets from the shelter. So Warren H. is a good man. He's an animal lover. Jay Klein, he's brilliant. Oh, he's talking about me. Thanks, Jay Klein. Scott Del Fuego, these third world dirt eaters are the ruination of any Western society in political correctness, and the compassion of weak Westerners is weaponized against them. That's right. Scott's right. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Samuel. Okay, thus, I am a Philippines expat. Thus, the compassionate care. Okay, that was the. Okay, this is an excerpt from the Kalergy plan. Thus, the compassionate care given by Europe created a new breed of aristocrats. This happened when European feudal aristocracy crashed because of the emancipation of the Jews. Excuse me. YouTube says, helpless people of all ages are wandering all over America and almost no one cares. But tax dollars go to the invaders of America. And YouTube is correct. Chris Lyon is back. We had our disagreements, but I see that Chris Lyon understands reality. Maybe I misunderstood Chris's point of view yesterday. Chris Lyon, I called Chris Lyon Chris Liar yesterday. Maybe I was wrong. I apologize, Chris, because what you just made in this statement makes up for everything I thought bad about you yesterday. So Chris Lyon, the Catholic Church is the biggest evil on earth. Devil-worshipping priests. Chris Lyon, Satan is alive and well in the Vatican. I've always said that. I've said it in my book. I believe that the Vatican has a chamber underneath the Vatican where some form of satanic entity lives in fact, in reality, in the physical form. I believe that, and you're not going to make me not believe it. I believe that under the Vatican there is some form of chamber that allows some form of satanic energy to exist and coexist with the hierarchy of the church. Call me crazy. That I can't prove, but I believe it to be true. And you know what? I believe that somebody, nobody can say it doesn't exist. They can say it, but they can't prove it doesn't exist. But when you think about the satanic nature of the Catholic Church, you can only come to one conclusion, that there's some energy that controls the pedophilia in the church, and now the Jesuit Pope, and also the resurrection of Christ statue that represents the number 666 that the Pope stands in front of and gives speeches. Now, the statue is called the Resurrection of Christ, and it shows Christ supposedly coming out of a bomb crater, which is a nuclear bomb crater, and Christ is rising above the crater in this burst of bronze flames, which are green. The bronze has turned into from oxidation has turned green, so green with envy, and the width of the statue is 66 feet, okay, and the height of the statue is 23 feet. So 2 times 3 is 6. So you have 6. 2 times 3 is 6, and 6. It's a play on words, but that's what the Catholic Church is. It's now the Vatican always was, but now they're sticking it in your face. Here is the resurrection of Christ, 666. And what is the name of the Catholic Church? Has one of the best polished glass telescopes in the world, maybe on the planet. And the name of the telescope is called the Lucifer telescope, which is a synonym for the word Satan. So the Catholic Church is as Chris Lyon states, and YouTube states, and everybody else with a half a brain understands. Okay, so life in the Philippines as I see it. A big hello to you, Mr. Fazio. Good morning to you, and good morning to you, life in the Philippines as I say it. I hope all is well and good with you, sir, and your family. Yes, it is, Wayne. Absolutely. Thank you for stopping by. And a big hello to each and every one, and I hope they are doing well also. Now, Wayne is a man who has his own channel and makes videos and does live streams. So he has an interesting channel. Wayne is known as a good old boy. Okay, he's from the deep south. I believe he said in his videos from Alabama. Very calm, cool, collected man, but he is a good old boy. So thanks for stopping by, Wayne. Spice of Life, hello. Back at you. Scott Del Fuego throwing that in there. They want you dead. I say that in many of my videos. They want you dead. Spice of Life is saying hello to a bunch of people. Okay. All right, so I'm way up here at the top. Blue Rose is here. Hello, Blue Rose. Blue Rose knows about the satanic entities that control the Vatican and of the number twos that control the banking aspect of the Vatican, that control the Bank of England, that control America. Blue Rose is very educated when it comes to understanding about the number twos. So I'm going to skip down several pages. So YouTube is talking about Trump will receive the Charlemagne Award after his reign. Probably so. That's probably true. YouTube says it's a hexagram in that portrait that you can see from the top of the Eiffel Tower. Beavis Butt Munch, hello. Thanks for stopping by. YouTube, the Jews, right now this is YouTube saying this. I'm not saying this, but I'm saying it because YouTube says it. The Jews fabricate what I call the number twos, okay? So I'm going to make this number twos thing stick so people all over the world can talk about the number twos and not be constricted in their speech. The number twos fabricated the Holocaust. Ironically, their aspirations are to enslave and kill all that are not. I have to remove that comment. I have to remove it. Okay, not allowed to say that word. YouTube, change your. That's not a good thing to say. I'm just going to remove that one comment. Can't say that word on YouTube. Not allowed to say that. That word. If you had a channel, you'll learn the hard way. Saying that word, not allowed. Not allowed. Sorry. You can reword your statement and call them the number twos, but you can't say that word. You can't say that word. There's a few words you can't say that George Carlin didn't cover, and that's one of them. Believe me when I tell you. So, hello, everyone. Life in the Philippines, as I see it. I am sorry I was downstairs, so apparently he missed some of the message here. Fish is asking YouTube a question. You can answer Fish's question by using the number twos and not that other word. Not allowed on YouTube. That's why I read every comment. Blue Rose, oh yeah. Scott, we need his arm. Him and Havoc wrench up. Thank you. Blue Rose. Hey, Wayne. So I like Wayne also, Blue Rose, by the way. I mean, I like Wayne. Yeah, I like, I'm talking to Blue Rose. I like Wayne also. Steve, 2509. I'm all right, Jack. Keep your hands off of my stack. That's what the album is intended to mean, but there's a much more spiritual meaning to the album that if you watch this live stream from the beginning, I go over briefly. Jack Thompson, says, hello, Jack. Welcome. Old Baggy Eyes Frank gave me the royal boot from his live stream today. Yeah, he was talking shit about you. I watched one of his live. Oh God. Oh, I don't know what's wrong with that man. And I call him a man. I use those words loosely. Somebody tell me. Okay, I need to know this information. I don't need to know it, but who is the guy that Frank was talking about yesterday? MSBS. DS, some guy with two initials. Man, I can't remember, because I gotta tell you, after I listened to this for about, I was taking a dump, all right, and sometimes I put on something to listen to while I'm taking a dump, so I really don't have to concentrate on anything. So I put on Frank's live stream, and he was talking about some guy with 2 initials. I forget the initials, but he talked about this guy for the whole time I was taking a dump. 5 minutes before I started taking a dump, 10 minutes while I was taking a dump on the computer, and I was reading my cell phone messages, and so I was there probably 15 minutes while I'm taking a dump. Frank is talking about this guy, BS, LS, MS, TS, RS. I think there was an S in the name. Who is this guy that he's infatuated with proving wrong? Who is this guy that he spends 30 minutes talking about the guy? What is wrong with Frank? To spend 30 minutes on just one person because they inferred. Okay, so I'm not gonna get the answer because I got to go to the back. Jack, the only bad thing about getting the boot from Frank is you can't see what he posts in other chats. At least I can't. I don't know anything. I don't know how that works. Frank's a seedy little creature, isn't he? In my opinion. Frank has called Steve a pedophile. Wow. Those are fighting words, dude. Ballbag Eyes Frankie has a hard-on for Michael. That's true. John Boone Bean. One thing I'm wondering, or actual not, I guess, why the like to change those blacks in the New World Order? I guess the are simple to make slaves out of. Oh, I guess they are simple to make slaves out of. I don't know, John. You'd have to read the entire article and then read some subsequent articles, but welcome to the chat, that's for sure. Scott Del Fuego. I wish I was a strong enough mathematician to figure out the mathematic structure of Pink Floyd's music. I am sure it relates to cosmic frequency. Anytime I listen seriously, it goes to a different dimensionality. That's true. Okay, but you have to have time. You have to be alone. You listen to Pink Floyd's music alone. Take any album and any song, instrumental, or where there's a lot of methodic words, and it raises your level of consciousness to a much higher level. Samuel is correct according to Jack Thompson. Sasha says, glad to see you're a wrench now, Scott. Just the purpose why those other people to set us and in Europe. Yeah, that's true, John. You too. Mike, I listened to Pink Floyd for the music, not the lyrics. I knew many people that were heavily immersed in them. Some committed suicide. All of them became druggies. I don't know what you're talking about there. Maybe they had a propensity to be drug addicts and they listened to Pink Floyd. Okay, so I know a lot of people that were drug addicts that like Pink Floyd too. And the reason that they like Pink Floyd is because they did psychedelics or smoked pot. But that nobody, I have never grown up. The only person in my family that ever committed suicide was my little cousin John, and he did that because he was an abused child by my uncle Scum Fazio. Fish says, don't worry, the new 5G network has enough radiation to do the job for the New World Order, and instead of blowing up nuclear power plants, they can turn off 5G and resume business as usual on the surface of the flat Earth. One lonely man says, Obama said Frank. We got to go back up here. All right, so I'm getting that. Obama said Frank don't even wear underwear panties. Is what Frank does where is easier to be a drug mule. But Frank don't wear men's underwear. LOL. Samuel accusing Frank of things that he's probably not done. That's not nice. Pope Paul VI had a signature that when looked at upside down, you could see 666. Can you give Beavis Butt Munch? Can you give us a link to that? Okay, so not that I'm saying that you're not, that it's not true. Now, Beavis Buttman says Pope Paul VI had a signature that when looked at upside down, you could see 666. Steve, 25901, says you are correct to Beavis Buttmunch. So if one of you two gentlemen or women, whoever you are, could send us a link for that so people could see it. Jack, the number twos, Jack's catching on here. We'll all have to keep it toned down on the Holocaust. Yes, I agree with all of it, but we don't want anything affecting Michael's live stream. Yeah, there's certain things you're not allowed to talk about on YouTube. And you can say the word Holocaust without so many ramifications, but the four-letter word denying the Holocaust, not allowed. And the four-letter word beginning with the letter K, not allowed. So don't do it. Yeah, you meant to say yikes. YouTube meant to say yikes. Salamat. Okay, so glad we got that cleared up. Havoc Master, and I believe the guy is actually Frank himself. The guy messaged Havoc, and I, at the same time, accusing of Samuel of slanderous comments, as you heard. Well, we deduced it has to be Frank. Well, I don't know who the guy. I watched Frank's live stream while I was taking a dump. I couldn't see anybody commenting, and I forgot the guy's. He has two initials. Maybe somebody will tell me what the guy's initials were and who he is, because he was infatuated with this guy who has two initials, MS, BS, HS, KS. I don't remember. I'm just a T-Con wrench. One day I will be a Mac or a Snap-on. T-Con is a tool that's an up-and-coming tool, and not quite as good as Mac or Snap-on when he gets more experience. You don't have to wrench at all, Scott. With you and the other wrenches I have, the trolls have just about given up trolling. They watch. Let's see if any of them are watching now. I know they're watching my videos. You know, just the people that I despise most on YouTube is now I know that Frank is trolling my channel and Frank's subscribers are trolling my channel. By the way, I want to mention this. Since I made a video about Frank referencing his delusional aspect of reality, he has, in the last 5 days, in every live stream, mentioned how his channel is growing. Now, 5 days ago, he had 1,008 subscribers. And this morning, when I looked, he had 1,011 subscribers. So his channel is fucking growing like a weed, baby. In 5 days, he got 3 subscribers. Go Frank. Go Frank, man. And I wish I could read his analytics chart to see how many he lost. But I can't do that. Okay, so John Moonbeam says, I have a lot of Pink Floyd and see some movie off playing in an area, in an arena that were great. Yeah, they were great. One Lonely Man says, this guy is your brother, Terrence and Beth. Oh, I'm going to do more stories about my Uncle Scum Fazio, Jack. Don't even think I'm done with him. I'm gonna talk about that man in truth. I'm gonna talk about how I grew up as a loving nephew and how I turned all the love I had for that my Uncle Scum Fazio was turned into nothing but despise. The evil shit that he perpetrated throughout the fair, backstabbing, fucking silent talking behind people's back. My Uncle Scum Fazio was the biggest backstabbing piece of shit hypocrite that the world has ever known, because I knew him personally since I was a little boy. So I knew only second to one of the deputy mayors of New York City, which I will talk about in depth when I'm done in America. But my uncle was the biggest backstabbing Sicilian Italian scumbag that the world has ever known. And when I'm back and done from America, I'm going to make a whole freaking series just outing him for his evil nature. Okay, so Steve 2509 provided us with a link. So let's go to the link to see Pope Francis' signature upside down. Okay, so it's a Pinterest signature, Pinterest pictures. I could turn the video camera on, but I'm not going to do that. I want you to go to see Steve's link for yourself. And when you turn it upside down, it sure is a 666. There's no doubt about it. Now, I don't know. Well, Pope Francis, he's a Jesuit, right? Okay, so that would make sense. Thanks for the link. Okay, so Steve said something. Steve backed it up. Beavis Butt Munch also had sent a link. I'm going to go take a look at that. And there it is again. Beavis Butt Munch's link proves that Pope Francis VI, I think it was, you said, is his signature upside down is a 666. YouTube is responding to fish. Watch, Brother Nathaniel. Okay, YouTube is responding to fish. Watch, Brother Nathaniel. He explains when he was a child, at some point, the emphasis was to emphasize 6 million murdered and to drive the narrative. Not possible to incinerate 6 million Jewish people in the given allotted time. It's possible to incinerate 6 million people, but in the time frame, this is a statistical fact, okay, in the time frame and the places that were, quote unquote, supposed to be crematories to incinerate the Jewish people during World War II, it would have to have incinerated one person every 23 seconds. And that's not possible in any furnace that does cremations anywhere. I was 8 inches away from John Lennon being cremated. There was a proctologist's office that I was in with a French girl named Fabienne Bedard. And I was waiting to have lunch. I was working on 81st and Park and Central Park. 81st. I was working on 81st between Park and Central Park, East, somewhere on 81st Street. You could see Central Park from the balcony I was working on. I was building a deck. And Fabienne and I were going to have lunch. We had brown bagged our lunch, and the deck I was working on was just right around the corner from where John Lennon got cremated. And we saw the people of John Lennon's mourners. I don't remember seeing Yoko Ono, but she had told me John Lennon was getting cremated, and I walked outside her office and looked inside the crematorium. So they were there. So anyway, it takes a long time. I don't know, an hour, 2 hours. I was sitting there for 15 minutes in the furnace. You could hear the blast furnace. So it's not possible to cremate people every 23 seconds. And that's the number that I came to when I broke it down into minutes and seconds, how many people were cremated in how many years. It comes out to one person every 23 seconds. Okay, so people are now talking about Disney also has 666 in their logos. That's true. Jack Thompson says, Frank's fictional 2 initial character was designed to slander a certain person. It's called plausible deniability. Nobody messaged him. He just wanted to hurt our friend. Okay. Okay, so YouTube says that 666 is used in Disney's signature. He signed his name on a TV show, 666, baby. Look it up. If YouTube said it, it's probably true. Okay, Jack Thompson, thanks for that information. Frank's fictional two-letter initial character was designed to slander a certain person. It's called plausible deniability. No one messaged him. He just wanted to hurt our friend. Yeah, well, anybody who was Frank's enemy is our friend. That's for sure. Thanks for the information, Jack. I never cared for Disney either, Steve. Okay, so Logan Klein. Fuck Frank. You're awesome, Michael. Hope you and Daisy May are doing well. So that's the first time somebody mentioned Daisy May. Thank you. I did not. Blue Rose, after my live stream yesterday, Daisy and I went to purchase some food products at near Alona Beach, and then we ran into somebody from America that told me he was going to be there. We ran into some friends from America driving down the road, and then we went to Alona Beach for dinner at Payag restaurant, and I made some videos, and I made some Zumba videos for a guy named Sam, and who was the Zumba instructor, and we never stopped. I took a 10-minute break. I laid down. I didn't go to sleep. I got back up. Honey, come on over here for a minute. Say hello. So we never stopped. I didn't get a chance. I didn't open up. I have mail that I was double charged by China Eastern Airlines. They double charged me for a ticket, and they can't find that they charged me. And I spent 5 hours going back and forth with the bank and emails, and now they finally the bank sent me proof that they charged me twice, and they sent it to China Eastern Airlines that they charged me twice, and China Eastern Airlines can't find it in their computer. I'll do a live stream on that today. Come on over here, honey. Daisy and I went out for dinner on our it's our 3-year anniversary, because we're going to do another 3-year anniversary in April, May. Okay. So, wait a second. Can't see Daisy if Daisy can't be seen. So we went out to Alona Beach, and we ran into some friends from Washington State. Okay. And they are not YouTube friends. They're physical friends. I went to his wedding with him, and his wife got married last year. So, what?
The other year, not last year.
2 years ago, year and a half. Time flies when you're having fun. So anyway, then we went to Alona Beach, and we checked out. We went back to Payag restaurant. Best Filipino food in Alona Beach. It's definitely the least expensive. It's a pretty big restaurant. Probably has about 17, 18 tables, and it seats over 150 people. Some of the tables are quite large, and they make excellent. So the meal that we typically get is 175 pesos, or about $3.50 up to $4. Depends on the dollar to peso value. And I was I made a video for them about 3 weeks ago, I forget. And the girl says to me, this is the first time this ever happened in the Philippines. In fact, the conversation when we were walking on the road was that Filipinos don't ever give anybody anything for free. And an hour later, a Filipino restaurant was offering Daisy and I a free meal. And not because of our anniversary, but because we made such a nice video about their restaurant. I found that amazing. I've been in the Philippines making videos about people's businesses for 5 years now. And in 5 years, one place where we used to buy fried chicken, just one place in 5 years that I've spent 20,000 pesos or $400 to $500 buying fried chicken from just one stand in 5 years, gave us one piece of chicken one time, and that was after or before, it was right around the same time, we promised to buy the restaurateur, the man in charge of that fried chicken place. We bought him a shirt, right? Is that what we bought him? Yeah. How much was the shirt? 100 peso shirt. We paid 100 pesos for a shirt that he wanted, and after we promised him he would do it, he gave us one piece of fried chicken. So I spent 20,000 pesos plus maybe 25,000 pesos or $500, and we bought the manager a shirt, and for that, in return, in 5 years, we got one piece of chicken worth what?
No, that's the other branch of the fried chicken, not them.
Same. So that wasn't, we received nothing from the person. There's 3 branches. There's 2 branches in Alona Beach you could go to.
Generally.
So I'm mistaken. So for spending $500 buying 25-cent pieces of chicken, I never received a single piece of chicken. Another place gave us one piece of chicken one day, one time. So I go into this restaurant, and I had asked them last week, can we make a video of the restaurant? And they saw our last video and said, yeah, come before 5. So we went before 5 o'clock yesterday. And by going before 5 o'clock, the restaurant is empty because the 5-hour rush doesn't start. And one of the girls was her birthday party. So this is about trolls coming to my channel, and it's about, for the first time in my life, a Filipino restaurant, Filipina, gave us something for free. So they said to me, we saw your video, we enjoyed it very much. We would like to give you a free dinner. I didn't ask for it because I just had gotten to the point it's never going to happen. Daisy and I were talking about it an hour before, and then it happened, like the universe provided. So they gave us a pork, 2 pork shish kebabs with unlimited rice, a delicious pancit, and what's the name of the other? Picata? What's the other name of the other thing?
Pinakbet.
Pinakbet. A delicious meal. A delicious meal. Thank you very much, Payag Restaurant. So they didn't even know it was our anniversary until after she made us that offer. I said, that'd be great because today's our anniversary. That'd be a wonderful anniversary gift. And then I made a video of Maria's birthday, the restaurant personnel, 6 of them, who they all gave their names in the video in a very professional manner. So we all sang happy birthday, and I got 5 thumbs down before I got 2 thumbs up on the video I posted this morning. So I am being trolled. And you know what I care, how much I care about that shit. So Daisy, would you like to say hello?
Hello, everyone. Good morning here in the Philippines.
Baby. And what's the temperature outside? Nice?
Yeah, it's nice. Not so hot.
Not so hot. Yesterday was downright cold. The full moon made it cold last night. I was sitting out on the steps, and you could feel the coolness from the moon. For those of you who don't understand it, if you are in the light of the moon, and the light of the moon is shining on your person, or on, let's say, there's 2 pieces of steel. One is over here, and one is over here. One is in the light of the moon. The temperature will say, we're just going to say the temperature will be 30 degrees Fahrenheit from the light of the moon. Okay? And outside the light of the moon, the temperature will be 2 degrees higher. So the light of the moon actually causes a 2-degree decrease in temperature. Goes against physics, but it's the truth. Been proven many times over. Not only just in people's backyards, but in laboratories worldwide. So Blue Rose has a good idea. We'll drop Frank for now. Any pertinent information I linked on yesterday's live stream, I'll send you in a message later, Fish. Thank you. Okay, Blue Rose. Okay, now where are we here? Oh. Okay, so we have a super chat. Thank you, Mikhail Saran. All right, I'll get down to that in a minute. Thank you very much. I'll get down to it right now. Mikhail Serrano, 1 lira. Thank you. So, Daisy, we're going to sing. Wow, that was very nice of you, Mikhail. Thank you very much. So, Daisy says it in Visaya for the super chat. Miguel Serrano.
Serrano. You like a Filipino name. Serrano.
Say thank you.
Thank you very much. Salamat kaayo. Miguel Serrano sa kwarta na imuhang gihatag sa super chat with Michael Fazio. Amping Permi. And in English, thank you very much for the money that you given in a super chat with Michael Fazio, and I am saying faker always.
Okay, and one more thing. We now have $161 with Miguel Serrano's donation to having my hair cut off in a live stream. More? What is the total today?
$1? Is that $1?
Yeah, well, just what was yesterday's total?
$180.
I apologize. I read the number wrong. So now we have $181 posted in Super Chat monies. So, and when we reach $369, Daisy is going to take a real scissor and take off all my real hair, cut it right down to the scalp, and then shave my head bald when we receive $369 in Super Chat money. Go tell Frank that I'm collecting money for some worthless cause. Give Frank's miserable life something to live for. Please, go tell Frank. We don't want Frank to miss out that I'm collecting money to get a haircut. We'll give Frank's little existence some sort of hope in reality. So, Miguel, thank you again. Mike, YouTube says, Mike, we can forego the H farce. It's too incendiary. That's probably true. That's what I was thinking, that they're just going to do it with genetics and 5G networks so that they don't have to nuclear waste the entire flat Earth. So, Scott Del Fuego. Scott thanks Miguel Serrano, and I thank him. And everybody else, I'm sure, thanks him. Because it's going to be a big day for me to shave my head bald. And that's where that money is going. Congrats on 3 years, Mr. Fazio. Thank you, Beavis Butt Munch. Okay, so the news, Warren H. www.news.technology, innovation, military, USO, warp drive, Stargates, freedom of information query, secret list, Pentagon, sir. Okay, and he sent the link. That was just a news story that was just put up about secret societies and secret projects, all of which I have known about for many years, and talked about, but people don't want to believe that shit. And it's not shit, it's the truth. Scott Del Fuego, Warren, you heard of rods from God. Okay, there's a question there. Warren's answer, weapons.
Viponuego, mate.
Yeah, but Warren says that basically it's a weapon. I can't read the word. You can read the word, try it.
Viponuego, mate. That's a frightening.
Weapon ego. Yeah. Weapon you ego. Weapon
ego.
It's an evil shit.
Yeah.
That's the answer to Scott's question. Have you heard of rods from God? Steve, 25901. I got to tell you, man, it was an amazing thing. I was just telling Daisy that no one ever gives us anything. And in 5 years, I received one piece of chicken one time. And I spent another 100,000 pesos in a place where I buy gulay, which is presto gulay, fresh. Fresco gulay, which is fresh vegetables. 100,000 pesos in 5 years from the same place. And one day, the owner was giving me change and said I owed him 501 pesos. That's exactly what I owed him. And I took a 500 peso bill out of my pocket and a 100 peso bill, and he handed me back the 100 pesos. He says, it's okay, it's on me. He gave me a 1 peso discount after I spent 200,000 pesos in his establishment. Maybe more, maybe less. But in 5 years, he took 1 peso off all the bills combined of. And how many times the son of a bitch mixed in rotten fruit or rotten vegetables with my good shit is countless. So now I walk by him and I wave and I ask him prices. And if his price isn't way lower than anybody else, I buy it someplace else. But I don't shop there anymore. Okay. So thanks for going and reviewing the video, Steve. I saw your comment there before.
You want some cold water?
Yeah. Yeah, Daisy does have a great memory. Now, Scott is saying, I think they've already been developed, rods from God, I guess, and Warren H. agrees. Now, I don't know. I actually remember reading about that, but I don't even remember what they are anymore. I read so much stuff, it gets confusing. All right?
Good morning in the Philippines.
From Scott. Scott is saying, good morning, Miss Daisy. I'm getting down to the bottom. Warren says, Michael, last week you put up a video and 9 seconds later I opened it. The video had 3 thumbs down. Yeah, I'm getting on average 8 thumbs down on even a very nice video about any topic, no matter what it is. Like the happy birthday song should have nothing but thumbs up. I didn't talk about Obama. I didn't talk about how Obama doesn't love Warren H. anymore, and now he loves Frank because Frank opens up to Obama's wants, needs, and desires. I didn't talk about anything like that. And I opened it up, and it had 3 thumbs down and 2 thumbs up in 45 seconds. Because some people like my video right away, and other people, the trolls are pushing the thumbs back. But when I first flashed it open, 15 seconds, it had thumbs down already. 3 thumbs down. In a minute, less than a minute, it had 5 thumbs down. So either everybody is trolling.
You done?
Yeah, thank you. Either everybody, or one guy is trolling and has several accounts. I saw that guy Humboldt on Frank's channel last night. If it's the same Humboldt. Daisy cut it off at the. What did you do?
Huh?
What did you do? What is Warren talking about?
I don't know. Scott, I have a joke for you.
All right, well, okay, I'm trying to give me a break. You want to try to do this? You can't do it. You push the down, you go to scroll down 1 page, it goes down 8, 10 pages. Okay, so I saw you try to do it the other day. We would be here for a month. Okay. Okay, Scott Del Fuego. When you shave off your head, you should go get your head tattooed with icons from the dollar bill. Yeah, that's right. That's right, baby. A big dollar sign. Yeah, inside the Hebrew Star of David. Yeah. But I would fucking really go over well with my YouTube family, huh? A big dollar bill. Right here. Dollar bill inside the Star of David. Thanks, Scott. Food for thought. Jack Thompson says that somebody threatened to dox him. Okay, Dave Jr. is here from Houston, Texas. I've been there, Dave Jr. Man, I was back there in the late 80s. I went to the Kennedy Space Center. I was also in the city of Houston. Boy, it was not a really nice place. I hope you're out in the... my friend lived in the boondocks, I mean, on a couple of acres of land, but man, I went to the city of Houston. I didn't like that city at all. I'm sure that if you grew up there, you might enjoy it more, but I didn't enjoy Houston. I didn't even enjoy the Kennedy Space Center because even back in the 80s, every commissary, every store in Kennedy Space Center was owned by a Chinese immigrant or illegal immigrant. I don't know. There was not even one American working in any store venue inside the Kennedy Space Center in Houston, Texas, where I went to, where they have the museum, the Space Museum. Not one American worked in any store. Life in the Philippines as I see it. You will always get a thumbs up from me, sir. I am a true friend to those that are true friends to me. Thank you very much, Wayne. Dave Jr., you're welcome to talk about meditation and Roy Davis, all you like. Post all the comments you want about meditation and Roy Davis. Feel free. YouTube says, what's my line? November 11th, 1956. Disney signs his name on the chalkboard with 666. He forgets the T in Walt while concentrating on the sixes. Dave Jr. Dave Jr., ha ha ha, now I'm just bull slipping. What's up, y'all? Wow, a man of many hats. You like my hat? I think it says, we'll all get along just fine as long as you understand that I'm God. Dave Jr., I saw your video of the pile driving work. Yeah, that was my job. I was probably the one cutting the steel because to the guys, that was a shit job, cutting steel. And because number one, not only are you working with, a 2,700 degree torch, and you're always bending over and all kinds of slag and shit's falling on you or trying to burn your face and whatnot. But not only that, but then if you're cutting sheets, typically you're going to cut the sheet to the length that they want. Then you're going to put the hole in the sheet, and then you're going to get the number 2 wire and shackle to the sheet. So it's a lot of work. You guys think, you just put the shackle pin in. No, you don't just put the shackle pin in the sheet. Sometimes you do, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you put the shackle pin in the you got to remember these shackles are this big and they weigh 15 pounds. So you put the pin in, which is 1.25 inch pin, because these sheets weigh anywhere from 2 tons to 30 tons. And you put the pin in, and then you take a number 9 wire and bend it and wrap it into the shackle pin and around back on itself, so that the vibration from the hammer doesn't vibrate the pin out, because all you got on is a little plastic hat. That pin will go right through your head. But even if it hits you in the shoulder, it'll hit you in the shoulder here, and it'll come out your ass from 60 feet up. So it's not an easy job. Dave Jr. says, yeah, it's Johnson Space Center. Yeah. But yeah, I feel you. It's so diverse. Whoopee. Okay, so I reached the bottom of my live stream comments. Sort of like rods from God in miniature. It's like little, oh yeah, those pins. You get, the pin weighs 3 pounds. It's not like it's, I mean, it could hit you right here, straight down. It'll go right through your body. There's no doubt about it. It's happened before. Wow, I got right back up to the top. That's amazing. Okay, so I'm going to copy. I did copy all of these comments. So I told you at, honey, where's my, okay. I told you I was going to do this, and I'm going to look at my mail. I might end this in 29 minutes. Depends on what I see here through Facebook, which I don't use much often. Now, I have some fucking idiot on here commenting on my chemtrails. He says he worked for Delta Airlines for 23 years. He's a friend of mine, and he doesn't believe in chemtrails. I worked for Delta for 23 years, and I've been a fan of yours for years. But come on, Michael. Chemtrails coming out of planes because of the government? What the fuck is wrong with you people? Just look up in the sky, douchebag. So let's go to this. Boy, fucking people are really stupid, boy. All the chemtrails in the sky. Guy works for Delta Airlines for 23 years and he's never seen a chemtrail. Really? Why am I supposed to believe that happy horse shit? Hold on. Okay, so I did not get a response from my friend, and that means the live stream will go until 2 o'clock, which gives me more time to collect monies for my haircut, which is actually going to be a baldy. It'll be my first baldy, and I will look. I do believe I'm going to look just like Sasha when I'm done. I don't know anybody else on here that has a bald head. Who? I'm the one. What does that have to do with shaving my head? My hair makes me look tambok? Yeah. So you think if I shave my head, I will look niwang? Yeah. I think you're a bakakun ka. That's what I think. So I'm waiting for this, I'm waiting. I'm on page 3 of 10. I am waiting for the chat that I recorded. I'm waiting for the chat to take place. So I would have 18 pages of chat right now. That means I've read 18 pages of chat. I am the discoverer of the owl on the dollar bill. Yes, I am. The real owl. I am the discoverer of the skull and bones on the dollar bill as well, to answer you, YouTube. And I am the discoverer of the Ark of the Covenant on the dollar bill. Anybody that has a problem with that, you can't find it stated anywhere else in history about the real owl that's 2 3/8 of an inch wide. They talk about a couple of squiggly lines that are about the size of the head of a match. That's not the real owl. So I have $10,000 that says that I am the person that proves the Ark of the... There's a pictograph of the Ark of the Covenant on the dollar bill that proves the Yell Skull and Bones logos is on the dollar bill, and proves that the owl that represents Bohemian Grove societies on the dollar bill. And I could get a lot more. People will back me for any amount of money. I just thought that was a nice round and small number. So if anybody wants to challenge me on that, maybe Frank, the fucking chair, could challenge me on my discoveries. Oh, he's not actually the chair.
It's vibrating.
What does that mean? Hold on a minute. The God is talking to us. The phone is vibrating and it won't stop. Did you try plugging it in?
I charged that, and then I heard something, and then my phone.
Okay. Daisy's phone is vibrating. I was talking about I am the discoverer of the skull and bones on the dollar bill, the Yell Skull and Bones, the Bohemian Grove Owl, and the Ark of the Covenant. And now the phone is vibrating. It's God. It's God. I got my God hat on. Be still and know that I am God. I got my... And now the phone just... First time this ever happened?
Yeah.
She says, yeah, God is talking to us. Let's see what God has to say if I smack God. Bad God. Bad God. God, bad.
Still?
God.
Oh.
It's a vibrator from God. Hey, Frank. Frank. Where are you? God's got a vibrator. Vibrating phone for you. Okay, so just let it vibrate till it dies, and we'll let it. Well, the thing is here. Here, let me. I can't let them hear it because there's no noise.
Yeah. Leave it over.
Oh, okay. Watch this. Yeah, you don't believe me? I know people don't believe me. Watch.
Yeah, here. It's an echo.
I don't know if you can hear it.
Okay, it does sound a little bit.
Like a bee, a bumblebee. All right, enough of that. Just let the phone die. Okay. So Dave Mora, Mike, Dave Mora. Let's see. Dave Jr. is moving to CDO. Okay. David Mora. Mike. All right. Flywoods. Have you looked into the mass murder and intentional destruction with the California wildfires? I talked about that before, and I told people to go to a Plain Truths channel. He has all the information about the unnatural wildfires, Flywoods. A Plain Truth. Plain Truth. Go to a Plain Truths channel. Plain, Truta. Plain Truth channel has all the information about the California wildfires. I don't talk about that much here. Bald head Ned wannabe. Ha ha ha. Oh, that's right. Ned has a shaved head. Dizzy Miguel Serrano, sheesh. I don't know how to speak Spanish.
What?
I'm not going to try to even learn how to speak Spanish yet. I don't know how to speak. I'm not going to mispronounce the words to the point where I have some comments. If you want to speak English, I'd be more than happy to repeat what you said, but I'm not going to learn Spanish on a live stream. You can speak Spanish if you want, but I'm not going to be able to understand the words, and I'm not going to mispronounce them, make myself look foolish. All right, dude. YouTube. Go to my home page. You want the answer to your question about my discoveries? Go to my home page and look at the owl and the skull and bones from my discovery. It's in a 3-minute video. I'm not going to discuss for an hour and a half my discovery when I did it in a 3-minute video. Have you ever been to my home page? Big question now. Just put owl on dollar bill, Michael Fazio, or skull and bones on dollar bill, Michael Fazio, or Ark of the Covenant on dollar bill, Michael Fazio, or just go to my home page and watch my home page video. Please. This is old news. If I want to do a discussion on the dollar bill, I would do it. Now, I know you've been, a constant member with good thoughts, but if you don't know that I discovered the owl on the dollar bill and you're asking that question, it makes me wonder if you're the same YouTube that I was talking to a few days ago. And you don't have my book, which proves beyond any doubt it's there, but you could at least go to my home page and see what my channel's about. I've never changed my homepage video since day one. I've never changed my about history since day one. I don't give a fuck if I'm talking about the Illuminati and the Satanists and the evil satanic Vatican. I never changed a single word in my about page since day one. I don't care if people come to my page and see they think of a conspiracy theory. But you have been following me for how long, and you ask me this simple question? That makes me wonder why I even do what I do. Please, go to my homepage and see for yourself. I lost track there for a minute. Philly in the Philippines, a screw. I don't know what that means, a screw. Yeah, Dave Jr., I agree with you. People, I'm an American. I speak English. I don't speak Spanish. I never tried to learn how to speak Spanish. Now that I live in the Philippines, I probably know more Spanish than I did when I lived in America, but it's not something I ever intend on learning. No, I did not. I cannot watch a 3-hour live stream or 2-hour live stream. A Life in the Philippines. I cannot watch Philo in the Philippines 2-hour live stream. That was the first one I opened up, and I got sidetracked doing something else. I will not watch a 2-hour live stream from Philo in the Philippines. Not that I don't like Philo, not that I wouldn't enjoy it, but I don't have 2 hours to watch a Philo in the Philippines live stream. I could put Philo in the Philippines live stream on and watch it live while I'm doing housework or doing construction or building something in my shop, but I couldn't just say I'm going to devote 2 hours of my time to watch a Philo in the Philippines live stream. I don't have that kind of time, Wayne. I really wish I did, but I don't. When I'm done with these 4-hour live streams, I have a few minutes to relax, and then I start on my other projects. And I'm thinking about not doing a live stream at all tomorrow because I have some banking, because China Eastern Airlines double charged me, and I'm back and forth at midnight on the phone with my bank and Expedia.com was on the phone with China Eastern Airlines for a week now, and none of them can find out why they double charged me. No one believes they double charged me, but my bank has paperwork saying they double charged me. I think that's more important than a live stream. So right now I'm telling everybody that's here, tomorrow there'll be no live stream. I'm going to work on getting the paperwork necessary from my bank to a copy shop locally that I have to sign an actual piece of paper and then take a picture of it and send it back to my bank before they'll challenge the charge, which is total bullshit. They see it's charged twice, 2 different days with the same serial number or the same ticket number, and they send that shit to China Airlines. So I have more important shit to do. Tomorrow, whatever day tomorrow is, what's today, honey? What's today?
Tuesday.
What?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Wednesday, no live stream. Tuesday night, no live stream. Wednesday, Philippines time, no live stream. I'm going to do stuff that I have to do. Thank you very much. But no, life in the Philippines. Got sidetracked there. No, I don't have time to watch. I don't need to watch Philo in the Philippines to understand that you two guys are having a conflict, and that Philo, when he was talking to you, what am I doing? When he was talking to you, I see he doesn't like you and you don't like him. But I believe you didn't. I believe you, Wayne. I really believe you. All right? Hello, Philly in the Philippines. I have no problem believing you, Wayne. I believe you did not initiate the problem. Whatever the problem is, I believe you. I don't need to watch 5 hours of videos, a 2-hour live stream. That's crazy. For me to take 5 hours of my time, somebody would have to pay me money, and not you, but somebody would really have to pay me money. I don't mind doing 15, 20-minute videos or reading or listening to a 7-minute video, but a 2-hour live stream from Philo, you'd have to pay me to watch that. I mean, big money. I don't have 2 hours to watch that. Not that I wouldn't like it, like I said, but it would have to be playing in the background while I was working or cooking dinner or something. You guys have this thing between you. I don't know how to end it. I don't want to end it. I actually like the drama, but I can't watch a 2-hour live stream. No, I did look at that. Thanks. Wayne, I love you, but I can't do that. Not for anybody. I have to do my own research for these live streams that I do. 4 hours of live stream, 2 or 3 hours of research and reading. What I'm going to put in the links, I put all the information in the links. I post them later on in the videos. I do this. It takes 7 hours to make one of these live streams. And today I received $1 in Super Chat money. You think I'm going to watch 5 hours of Philo for free? Ain't going to happen. Or 2 hours of Philo for free. Mercury 3 is here. Hello, Brian. Mercury 3 says hello, Brian. Philly in the Philippines is here. Hello, Daisy from Philly in the Philippines. Dave Jr. Okay, these guys. Okay, apparently they know each other. David Moore. Miguel Serrano was a guy from Spain who was as crazy or more crazy than you. I kind of got that impression, but I don't know him. I'll check him out. Pennsylvania Trucker is here. Hello, Pennsylvania Trucker. Okay, let's see, boy. Mustakarabai Po. I am doing fine. Mercury 3. Actually, we had a great night. We talked about this before. It was Daisy and I, 3 years we met each other on the internet, 3 years ago yesterday. We went out for dinner, and we had a Super Chat dinner at Payag Restaurant. And while we were having dinner, while I was making the video, this 3rd or 4th video I made for the restaurant, the manager, Beth, of the restaurant offered us a free dinner, which was amazing. Oh, Okay, a super chat. Let's see what happened here. Brian Foley, you just got excommunicated from my community. You're a fucking troll. Go troll Frank's channel. Or go suck Frank's dick. Better yet. Or Jeff. One of his. You're trolling here. Go suck Jeff's dick. I'm sure he would like that better than you just making comments on my page. Fuck you, Brian Foley. Fuck you where you breathe, okay? Google Michael Fazio's real job, you piece of garbage. Adios, motherfucker. You just earned yourself a slot in fucking history. Okay, thanks, Scott. Dave Jr. Okay, so let's go down. Thank you, Scott. Let's go down to the bottom of the page. Mercury 3. Man, you are a generous man, Mercury 3. I would really like it if you stopped being so generous. I don't know you, but you have gone above and beyond what is called, compensating me for my time. Thank you. Daisy, please come over here. Is it still vibrating?
No more. Maybe I broke because...
What did you do? I said leave the battery in there till it dies. Didn't I say to do that?
Yeah, it stopped. I took it out the battery so that it will stop.
You said the battery would not come out last time.
Yeah.
And what did you do? You took out a battery that was sealed inside a phone?
Yeah.
Let me see what you did. Excuse me, Mercury 3. Didn't you just hear me tell Daisy to not touch it and let the battery die? Oh, yeah. You're just so smart. You just blew up your phone. Didn't I tell you not to do that? Look, she took the battery out and she ripped oh, that was just so smart. She just ripped the ribbon that connects the battery to the phone. Wow. Take the phone and throw it away. Put it over there. I don't believe you did that. I explained to you what you should do. I explained, let the battery die and we'll see what happens. Now I'm upset. Okay? There was no reason for this is what I mean about living in the Philippines. People don't follow instructions. Let me see the phone. Let me see the phone. The phone is garbage now. It's garbage. As far as I can tell, to fix it will probably cost more than a new phone. People, some guy just asked me about the whole reason why I work by myself in the Philippines is because people don't follow instructions. You heard me say, don't touch the phone, let the battery die out, and we'll recharge it and see if it recycles. And she pulled the battery out that's sealed into the phone, glued into the phone, and she used a knife to pull the battery out, and she destroyed the phone by ripping the ribbon away from the phone. I don't know if it can be fixed, if it's fixable, something fixable, but if she had listened to me, I would not be upset now. And this is what you get when you talk to Filipinas and Filipinos. It's an amazing thing living here in the Philippines. Give them direct instructions, even though I love Daisy, direct instructions to not do something, and they do it anyway. They hear, don't touch the battery, and she pulled the battery out and destroyed the ribbon that holds the battery. Am I upset? Yes. Would I have been upset if she did that without me giving her instructions? No. But I specifically said the battery doesn't come out a while back. Don't touch the battery. It doesn't come out. It's sealed. She knew that. And then today she pulled the battery out and ripped the ribbon apart. Okay? This is not a small thing. A new phone, 7,000 or 8,000 pesos, probably. And why? Because the instructions weren't followed. Goes back to that troll That why I work alone in the Philippines. Philippines people, they don't follow instructions. What are you doing now, Daisy? Holy shit. Life in the Philippines says he understands that I have other things to do. Thank you, Wayne. All right, Mercury 3 says, Michael, I am sure what is... Daisy, stop playing with the phone. Please stop playing with the phone. Please, Daisy, come here. Give me the phone, please. Give it to me. Daisy. Daisy. Man, hold on a minute. What are you doing? She's trying to paste the two, a ribbon that's 1/100 of an inch thick and 3/8 of an inch wide, trying to put it back together. I don't know, Mercury 3. I didn't listen to Philo's main stream. Congratulations. Yeah, you're not going to get any song out of Daisy right now. I'll tell you that right now. Unbelievable. Philly in the Philippines says, Wayne had issues with many other vloggers here, including Rike, Life Beyond the Sea. I don't follow any of those people, so I'll take your word that he had problems, but Frank has problems with everybody, and nobody thinks Frank is right about anything. So, yeah, Latchenberg, most batteries can be changed out. Okay, probably so, but that was not the case. The case was, please leave, put the phone down and let the battery die. That was what I said. That's what my first solution would be, to let it stop. Just let the vibration stop and see if it recycles on the next charge. And by the way, I don't know what the battery costs. Could be $40, could be $20, could be $60, could be $80 for a battery. For what reason? For what reason? That's the question. For what reason? Let's try everything else besides pulling out a sealed battery. Let's try that first. Then let's bring it to a repair shop and let them see if there's some sort of reset that we don't know. Let's do that first. And then if we need a new battery, we'll buy a new battery. How does that sound for like a systematic approach to fixing an electronics gadget problem? I think that would be the right thing to do. That's where I would have went with that. I would not have pulled out the battery. I already tried to look. I looked at the phone a couple of weeks ago. The battery is a sealed unit. The battery does not come out. It's made not to come out of the phone. But she pried it out. I'm going to end the live stream. So, thank you, Scott. Thank you very much. I appreciate the honest and actual objective opinion that you have there. Blue Rose says yes. Scott says, no, I'm not going to read what Scott said. Blue Rose says, yeah, the battery needs to recycle to stay in the phone. I've worked in the cellular industry for a while, especially if it's a Chinese knockoff. They're extremely finicky. Yeah, no. Blue Rose, that doesn't work like that. I mean, YouTube, it doesn't work like that. Doesn't work like that. Mercury laughs. Daisy, do you want to say goodbye? The tempo. This is going to be tempo. And it ain't going to be a long time either. You can watch yourself for a while. God. I told you don't touch the back. I told you it doesn't come out. You're all right about that. You're all right.
Who need the bike?
That you didn't listen. I specifically said to do something that I know about, and you did something different. You're fucking wrong here. You don't need to say you're fucking sorry. You are fucking totally fucking wrong. What am I going to do when I leave here? I have to trust you to listen to my instructions. Mercury 3. Mercury 3. I'm sure you do. That's the one consistency about the Philippines. You're right, Trump is eyeing those blue balls. Yeah, Samuel, I already know that piece of information. Thank you. I know all about it. You're right about that, Scott. They're paper thin. They're like a tissue paper. Doesn't take much. That's why they're glued. The batteries are glued in place, by the way. I tried to take that phone apart a month ago, and the battery was glued in there. There was some sort of adhesive that prevented you from taking the battery out. I put the cover back on the back. I let the battery die and turned it back on, and it recycled, and it worked fine until today. Oh, boy. Jackson, Mercury 3. Holy shit, northern Michigan must be like Siberia right now. I think he said it was 8 degrees below zero. I'm going to go outside for a little while. You guys have fun. Yeah, watch Mr. Trump eye Obama's blue balls. Have fun. Mercury 3 says, Mike, I found Frank's channel sick. Okay. Michael, I found Frank's channel sick. Yeah, Mercury, I was listening to his live stream last night. For 30 minutes, the live stream was 30 minutes, but I listened to 18 or 20 minutes of it. He had nothing to say. He kept repeating the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over. Scott is sending his kid to boarding school. Wow, that's an expensive endeavor. Warren, wow, I would live with that for how long were you married to your ex-wife, Warren? Yeah, Graham, you're correct about that. Nothing is made to last anymore. It's made so that you have to bring it back to the factory. When I had a computer, I had bought a brand new computer last year because the one I'm working with is about ready to take a shit. And it kind of did. I kind of got it fixed a little bit, but I'm still having a lot of problems with it. A technician from Microsoft is going to have to work on my computer. But anyway, I bought this computer, and it wasn't an Asus. It's something that sounds like the. Daisy, do you remember the name of the computer I bought? Not Asus.
Acer.
Acer. I bought an Acer computer last year. So I asked the guy if it didn't have enough memory in the computer, could I add memory to it so that it would work? And the man said, absolutely. No problem. So the next day when I brought the computer back, because it kept freezing up when I grabbed 50 gigs of files, picture files, to move them over, because the freaking worthless computer store that I bought the computer from said he was going to do it and didn't do it. And it was like 3:00 in the afternoon. And I know how to move some files, but he did nothing what he promised. And the computer froze up. If I grabbed 50 gigs of video files, it would freeze up. I'd have to actually just pull the plug on the computer, take the battery out, and just shut it off. What they call cold shutdown. Just push the button down till the computer went off. Restart the computer, first I started with 250 gigs, it froze the computer. When I got it down to 50 gigs, it froze the computer, at which point I decided that it wasn't going to work. So I plugged my old computer back in and used that, brought the computer back the next day and told the guy, I want to add those extra memory, I want to change it from whatever it was, 4 gigs or 6 gigs to 12 gigs or bigger, which he said I could do the day before. And he said, well, if you do that, it'll void out the warranty because there was some kind of very thin film over one portion of the new computer where you would have to you'd have to put a screwdriver through the film to get the screws out. And he says, well, if we put the extra memory in, it voids out the warranty on the whole computer, which is total bullshit. Because he said I could add gigs anytime. He said I could add memory anytime I wanted. And this is the kind of service you get in the fucking Philippines. And that's true. I could add the extra memory anytime I wanted, but there would be no guarantee that the computer would work the way I wanted it to work, and I'd void out the warranty, and I wouldn't be able to have it fixed. So I just wanted my money back at that point, and I had to sit there. I argued with the manager for 3 hours to get my money back because nothing is serviceable anymore without voiding out the warranty. Samuel was saying goodbye. Bye-bye, Samuel. No, Dennis Adam, the machine didn't come today. And oddly enough, the machine needs new batteries. Apparently, I didn't see the machine yet, but they can't get it started. So maybe they had a problem getting the machine started. I don't know. Jack Thompson gave YouTube thumbs up because YouTube said that we are human batteries for the aliens. I wouldn't doubt that at all. Scott Del Fuego. Yeah, I went outside and Daisy and I spoke about the battery, so we're over that now. But having a wife and having those problems, I wouldn't deal with that. Blue Rose says, good father, Scott. I don't blame you. Probably would beat out the influence of public school. Yeah, Blue Rose. But if Scott has to send his son to a private institution, what are you talking about? 10,000, 15,000 a year? Because his kid doesn't listen? That doesn't make a lot of sense. It might fix the problem. It might make them worse. I could tell you about a story about a guy that was the youngest. What was he? The man that I knew, the man I'm going to talk about that's behind 9/11, actually. He was the youngest full commander in the United States Seabees. He brought his kids up to be almost like a military institution in his house where everybody had to, he was in charge of his house. And he sent his kid to military school, not West Point, but something like West Point. It was in Queens, New York. And his kid got thrown out of the academy, but not after it cost the father $50,000. And his kid got thrown out of the academy for stealing toilet paper, which apparently was against the rules. Everybody got a roll of toilet paper. I never got the exact full story, but he basically got thrown out of the academy with no refunds on the monies given to the academy. That pissed his father off pretty good. So what if Scott's in the same position? Scott Del Fuego says, I could go slice lunch meat on a gas meter right now. I guess it's spinning around quite rapidly. Yeah, Steve 2509, that was exactly right. Mercury 3. What can I say? My stepson, wait, Mercury 3. My stepson is a number one. Dennis Adams is having a lot of problems with his gadgets, and I told him how to fix his gadgets yesterday, and he made a live stream today or made a video today about his gadgets. Dennis is having trouble with the one router communicating with another router because they have different names. And he's not sure how to connect the routers together. And then the second router goes to his cell phone, and the cell phone goes to his live stream. So I told him to take a container, like an 8-ounce mixing cup that you mix flour and water to mix a cake. Take about, depends on how many gadgets you have. For each gadget, you add 2 ounces of water in the mixing container, and you put 2 tablespoons of Himalaya pink salt in the water for each gadget. 2 ounces of water and 2 tablespoons of pink salt. It kind of makes it like the ocean, salty, about the same salinity of the ocean. So for each gadget, you turn on the electric to each gadget, and you pour 2 ounces of water into the end of the gadget, into one of the holes in the gadget or into the battery compartment. You just pour the water into the battery, the salt water into the battery compartment, 2 ounces for each gadget. And if you can turn your computer upside down and you can see the circuitry, 2 ounces of water on the circuitry, 2 ounces of the salt water on the circuitry, and that'll fix any electronic gadget problem that you have, because the gadget will stop working and the problem will cease to exist. At that point, you can go buy new gadgets and maybe you'll solve the problem. But Dennis Adam, he doesn't listen. I told him how to fix it. Warren is breaking balls. It's 116 degrees where he is right now. I got you, Mercury. Your son is a 14-year-old genius. Gotcha. Oh, boy, how the conversation has changed. Mercury 3 says, my stepson is Western now. Money is free and he is lazy. Wow. Holy shit. I understand that. Scott Del Fuego. Warren H. has one of those big silver oil well fire suits that he wears when he goes out to eat. That's it. 116 degrees is pretty hot, I got to tell you. Blue Rose. I hear you. Oh, man, I pushed the wrong button. Hold on a minute. Scott's going to talk about his marital. Wow. Okay. Yeah, Blue Rose. I don't even know where to go with that. Warren lives on the sun. I don't know. Warren lives in, what's the name of the country that Warren lives in?
Australia.
Australia. Yeah, maybe tomorrow's live stream we could talk about that, Mercury. That would be an interesting topic, because what you just said is pretty true. It makes no difference. None whatsoever, Mercury. Yeah, you know, Mercury, when I moved to Florida, there was a girl that I had dated when I was 17, 18 years old. And it was my first real girlfriend. And when I moved to Florida, she had gone, after that, she had married my other friend, we were all friends when we were, from the time we were like 5 years old, we were all friends. And she had 2 children. And I was literally sitting on the couch watching a movie, and it was a few minutes from the end of the movie, half hour maybe. And her 10-year-old or 11-year-old daughter came into the living room. She was in the living room doing something, the living room kitchen. She was preparing food. She was not my girlfriend. She just was somebody when I moved to Florida, she was somebody I was visiting on my way to the Florida Keys. And I ended up, she needed a bunch of house repairs done. And I ended up fixing her garage door, a couple of broken fences that needed, the gates on a couple of wooden fences were broke. I just put some nails in it and some slats on a 45-degree angle to shore up the fence. And I did some other stuff around that. Plus, I cleaned the house because she had 2 children, and she worked at a good amount of hours at a beauty parlor that her father owned. And so I'm watching this movie. It's like 5 or 6 o'clock at night, and the daughter, whose name was, I forget, Desiree, comes over and picks up the clicker. This was something. Now I'm on the couch. I just finished cleaning this couch, by the way. I took the pillows off. There were chicken bones. There was cornflakes, cheese, parts of foods that I don't know because they were rotten under the pillows. I just spent a couple of days cleaning her living room only. So she picks up the TV clicker after I'm there about 3 weeks, and it's totally platonic, but I'm just about had it with the children. They want to go play pool. I tell them to clean up their room. They want to play pool in a pool room that her father owned a pool room and a beauty parlor. And I tell them, you clean up your room, I'll take you to go play pool. Well, they would clean for 5 minutes, and they would come into the room and say, okay, I cleaned. And I'm going, now you got to understand, you couldn't see the floor of either room, the boy or the girl. The boy's name was Vincent. The girl's name was Desiree. They were just 2 spoiled brats. Terry would make, for instance, there was 4 of us having dinner. So she would buy 6 steaks and cook them all. And the kids would say, I don't want steak tonight. And she would just throw them right in the garbage. She'd take the steak right off the table. She asked me if I want the steak. I grabbed another steak that one of the kids didn't want, and she just threw them in the garbage. I am telling you the truth. Fresh T-bone steaks. The kids didn't want them. They were cooked. She just threw them right in the garbage, and she said, what do you want? And whatever they wanted, peanut butter and jelly or whatever it was, that's what she gave them. That's spoiled. I couldn't live with that. I couldn't. So Desiree grabs the TV beeper and changes the channel to some, children's movie. If she has a TV in her own room, now I think Terry put her up to it. I actually think Terry put her up to it. Go change the channel, see what Mike does. So I took the channel changer away and I said, I'm watching this movie. Why don't you go in your room? And she goes, this is my house. If you don't like it, get out. So Terry said, I said, are you going to let her talk to me like that? And Terry says, this is her house. If you don't like it, get out. I stood up, I packed my stuff, and I left. It was simple. There was nothing to talk about. But that's how women, when you take their children into your house, you're always second. You're always third. You're always fourth. Depends on how many children. It's a universal concept that the woman's children are always going to come before you. So apparently you didn't understand that before you got married, and now the consequences are wreaking havoc. Scott Warren says he was married for 12 years miserably. Wow. And he was married to an Australian. Jack Thompson, my ex-wife is Thai. Same. Thank you, Jack. Scott's wife was a Serbian, 5'3" and 100 soaking wet. Somehow carried 200 pounds of a shitty attitude. Yeah, Blue Rose. Jerry Reed, she got the gold mine, I got the shaft. Warren, I had a Thai girlfriend and she was great. Never any drama. My wife would scream at me, why won't you fight with me? She loved a fight. Hey, John Boone Bean just loaded a video, 28 seconds long, of his son as he be 1.5 to 2 years old on Facebook. I'm sure we'll check that out, John. Thank you for posting that information. Okay. Scott's wife, she threatened to leave a couple of weeks later. I told her, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. Verbatim. She was so surprised. LOL. Okay. John Boone Bean, Scott wants to know what your Facebook address is. Okay. I pushed the button one time and it goes down 5 pages. Warren H. Dennis Adams, shame you can't legally do that saltwater trick to your wife. That water trick works on gadgets, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, Scott. The hyenas on the plains. I gotcha. Wow. All right. Well, the live stream's going to end in 14 minutes. You guys can have at it. I see Philo in the Philippines here did a video. Who is your favorite YouTube vlogger? Seems to be a commonality amongst YouTubers the last few weeks. Let's see how long that is. 9 minutes. La, 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 la. 2 hours. See, I can't watch that. I would like to watch it, but I can't watch it. I can't watch a 2-hour live stream. I'm going to have minutes between now and my next project. Dennis Adams liked my comment. Let's see what Dennis Adams liked. He liked the comment where salt water will fix any gadget problems. Dennis Adams gave me a love button, a love heart for that comment. Thank you, Scott. Okay, yeah, well, I'll let it, in 12 minutes, I'll end it. Not a problem. I'll figure it out. Okay, I'm just going to check my Facebook to see, which I don't normally check my Facebook. Well, I check it whenever I turn my phone on, but I don't respond to people on Facebook. I just got to tell you. People send me messages. I have 2,800 friends on Facebook. I don't know who they are. Even the people I grew up with, I don't respond to their comments. Really, I don't respond. Jack Thompson sent a hey brother to Jake. So you guys are together. Now I'm going to go to Jack Thompson's page. His page I would watch. I see snow on Jack Thompson's page. from Doreen Casillo. Yeah, you know, Doreen Costello, she's got a point. Those freaking, the new cars are made out of plastic. They're absolute garbage. And the cold makes the plastic so hard that they do get brittle and break. So Jack Thompson has an interesting page. If you want to post the link for your page, Jack, and if anybody would like to see it, you're more than welcome to do so. I don't know if I still have Jack Thompson's link here. I might. Now, you see, I had Jack Thompson's page open, but now it says this page is not available. Unless I sign in. Let's see what happens. Nope. It's Facebook just blocked me out from my computer. Oh, gadgets. Yeah, something happened to my computer yesterday when it went down. When it opened up, there was all kinds of shit happening on my computer that's not supposed to happen, and I mean all kinds of shit. I'll be looking at the computer, and it will just change from one page to another. I'm not touching the mouse. I'm not touching the computer. I'm not touching anything. It just changes from one thing to another. The most amazing thing. So I'm going to start closing out windows here. So I have some space up at the top. You have the Kalergy plan. You have the, okay, so this is the Kalergy plan. I doubt if I'm going to use this again. Live stream. I talked about President Kennedy's assassination because he wanted to expose the things like the Kalergy plan that I just talked about. Okay, we have Pink Floyd discography, all the different albums, who put the albums out. I doubt I'm going to need that. Conspiracy, define the definition of conspiracy theory. I don't need that link. And I have the Kalergy plan. Oh, now I have the live stream. Okay, I almost pushed the wrong button. We have the Alona Beach Best Restaurant. We don't need that. And we don't need Richard Kahn Kalergy plan live over there. And we don't need that window of the Kalergy plan. And we don't need that. I'm not using that today. We have Frank's self-incrimination video. Donald Trump's secret Jesuit agent for Commander-in-Chief, Rome Rules. I could post a link for that. This is a reddit.com article. Donald Trump, secret Jesuit agent for Commander-in-Chief, question mark. So they're not saying that he is a secret Jesuit agent, and they're putting a question mark next to it. But you can rest assured, based on Trump's actions, I would say he's a secret Jesuit agent. So I'm going to post the name of the article, and then I'm going to give you the link to the reddit.com article, pretty much proving that Trump is a Jesuit trained person, and that he's not going to accomplish anything that he promised, because his duty is to obey the Jesuit order. Whatever they say goes. So here's the article, and I'm going to post the link 3 times, as I always do when I'm posting a link that you people should actually check out. Okay, and Michael McFarland says, Michael Fazio, that the United States government borrowed from Social Security during World War II and never paid it back. I don't know. To be honest, that's the first time I remember hearing about them borrowing during World War II. I know Clinton borrowed and didn't pay it back, but I don't know anything about, I don't remember anything about World War II borrowing from the Social Security. I'm sure it would be easy enough. It'd be easy enough to Google something like that, but I don't feel like doing that now. Have 5 minutes left. I'm going to try to read the comments, and then I'm going to say goodbye. John Boone Bean. My number woman sent a video of her son playing the harmonica. So I think I also have somewhere an old, on the sad. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, thumbs up. Thank you, Beavis Butt Much. Yeah, Scott, you making videos. That ought to be interesting. When you post them, when you get them loaded, you can post them to my videos. I'll pin them to the top. John Boone Bean. I got my numbers on Facebook, so so about your music. Yeah, your music. When you did the live stream last week, a few days ago, John Boone Bean, I could not hear your words with the music playing in the background. I don't think it's a good idea that you play music in the background. And I said that, and then apparently the police came because you were playing the music quite loud and then dancing. And I remember you said, Princess Anne said the police came. I don't know if you said it or not. Yeah, Blue Rose. I have to get on and let Microsoft fix my computer. You know who I haven't seen here in a long time? Rudy Gallus. I wonder if Rudy's watching. I had asked Rudy to get me a video, and never heard from him again. I asked Rudy once before to get me that video several months ago, and he said he was going to get it, and I never heard from him again for a long time. And then about a month ago, he came back in and he was posting, and I asked him for a video to help me do something, and I never heard from him again. So if Rudy, if you're watching, I'm trying to figure out why I never heard from you. Doesn't make any sense. You said you were going to get me the video, and then you disappeared. Some food for thought, just something that flashed through my mind. Well, John Boone Bean. My son had the same blue cap. Yeah? Did your son's cap say, we'll get along fine as soon as you realize I'm God? Did that what your son's hat said? The color would be the same. Okay. Yeah, I have a good virus protection on my computer. I have Microsoft Essentials. Okay, Scott, if I go back to your page, I will look at the Swedish dive instructor that took your son on his first scuba dive at 8 years old. Wow, that'd be interesting. Facebook? You mean you put Jack, are you telling me that you posted a picture of the DOD and Hillary Clinton? And Facebook threatened to shut your channel down? Mercury 3, thank you, Mercury. Daisy, you want to sing to Mercury? She's sleeping. I'll sing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mercury 3. You can feel the enthusiasm, yeah? Just like Scott said. Just like Scott said. Just like Scott said. I don't know anything about any virus, Dennis, but what I do know is I saw Rudy Gallus on somebody's live stream yesterday or the day before. So I don't know anything about a virus, though. Okay, then, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2 o'clock, and I'm done. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. I'll give you guys a few minutes to say goodbye to each other, and then I'll just push the end of stream button. Yeah, Mercury 3, I read all your comments. I'm just too tired to respond to all of them. Thank you, Steve. 25901. Yeah, Mercury 3. I read everybody's comment. Thank you, Warren. Good night. Scott, thanks. Yeah, it was an entertaining show. Thank you. Beavis Butt Much. Oh, thanks, everybody. Oh. Yeah, Warren, you're right. I read your comments too, Warren, by the way. What is Ignat Lagi Pro? Lagi means take care. Lagi, Daisy says Lagi all the time. Beavis, that name though. Yeah, Steve, that's a strange name. But it's a cool name. It's different. It's memorizable. Warren is off to physio. I guess physical therapy. Well, damn. Best wishes with that, Warren. Bye-bye, Dennis. Yeah, I'm tired too. I'm going to take a nap before I start my next project. You're welcome, John Boonbean. Thank you for stopping by. Bye-bye, Warren. All right. Bye-bye, Jack Thompson. Yeah, big love from Jack Thompson, Daisy. Okay. That's it. It's over. I'll copy down the comments. And I don't know how far up it's going to go. I don't know. I'm back up to YouTube's super chat where Daisy needs a kiss. Thanks for that super chat, YouTube. I need a fucking rest. I don't really care. I'm going to go down to the bottom and end this bullshit. Yeah, thanks, Princess. Bye-bye. I'm pushing the button. I am pushing the button. Bye-bye. Ending the stream. Good night, all.